And today, on the 30th of May, 2025, as the Department of Employment and Labor, we are hosting one of those editions again. This one is known as the 2025 Construction Health and Safety Seminar, but in essence, this 2025 Construction Health and Safety Seminar is a part of the public engagement that we are having. As you would have known, in South Africa, 2003, we launched or promulgated the Construction Health and Safety Regulation for the first time. The construction industry was dependent on the General Health and Safety Regulation. And then as time went by, 2003, there was a need to have the construction regulation. Needless to say that being the first construction regulations, there were a lot of challenges. And some of you would recall, we even have a definition of ergonomics. I'm trying to say it the way it's written. But we had nothing written about ergonomics in the regulation itself, because those are some of the errors that happened at the time in 2003. Fast forward around 2009 to 2010, now that was another chaotic moment. That was the moment whereby we published another document for comment, but now it was the introduction of health and safety professionals. At the time, the intention was to give health and safety professionals to what we now know as voluntary associations. And people were up in arms as to which voluntary association will be the one that takes over that more. But eventually, from the state law, we were advised that we must contact the Department of Public Works. To cut the long story short, the Department of Public Works gave us the SACPCMP to work with, so that the SACPCMP can be responsible for registering health and safety professionals. Fast forward 2014, we have the regulation for the first time. We are talking about health and safety professionals. I think that was a milestone, ladies and gentlemen, given that for the first time, health and safety professionals were being recognized in the legislation. But at the same time, in 2014, when we published that, there were a lot of areas that were of ambiguity. For example, what is the agent? What is a health and safety agent? Is a health and safety agent the agent or project manager of a construction industry? Those were some of the questions that were not answered. However, we did publish in 2017 the guidelines to try and clarify that. But that was not the end. We had not clarified the role of a construction health and safety manager. Fast forward 2025. We are sitting here today having published for comment the construction regulations again so that we can engage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of why we are all here today is so that we can engage on the construction health and safety regulations and try and work around as to how do we craft this regulation to fit what we have known as a bucky builder and to fit, again, a multi-million rand or billion rand, if you may say, number one construction company. So we want to bring about a balance in terms of this regulation, but again, to ensure that everyone in the construction industry has been covered by this regulation, meaning that an ordinary worker, if you may say ordinary, might be at the entrance of a construction site, or somebody who's just waiting on the leg to show you how to moving all the plans and everything that has to be done, that everyone must be adequately covered by the regulation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without any waste, I'm going to request everyone as they help us with the national anthem. I don't want to sing it. I know you can sing, but they will help us with the national anthem. And then thereafter we'll declare this function open Over to you with the national anthem as we are all standing.
Così si geleri Africa, manu pagani su ponolayo, Yizwa imitanda zoyetu, Gosi si gelera, Tina musapolwayo, Murena buluka se chavasa Yesu, ufelice tentuale maswenye, si buluke, si chavasa, Yesu, si chavasa, South Africa, South Africa, Heidi Blau van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons ziel, voor ons eeuwige gebergtes, waar die kruise antwoord geeft, sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Thank you. You may be seated. Now, you will be playing a health and safety briefing as soon as I indicate when the Chief Inspector will be coming to the fore. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to observe in our midst the Deputy Minister of the Department of Employment and Labor, the Honorable Mr. Sibiya, is over there. A humble man, I must say. But one thing I've learned from you, sir, since I've worked in this Department of Labor for almost 3 decades, I've never seen a dignitary who go out for inspections like you do. I'm trying to catch up with yourself. Every second week, Mr. Sibiya goes out to conduct inspections himself.
Please take note of the following
I think
safety
that is a
tips
plus
that are designed to
for
ensure
us,
your
to
safety
have a
at all
minister
times.
who
Should you
knows what is
require
happening
any
on the
assistance,
ground. From Mr. Sibiya, we've got the National Chief Inspector, Ms. M. Reiters, who is in our midst. And in our midst, we also have Ms. Anlin Tini, who's representing the ILO. And I will also talk about other stakeholders in our midst who are here, important guests who are here. We also have the Federated Employers Mutual Assurance with Ms. Malinzisa. We also have the representation of the Department of Public Works under the SACPCMP. I've seen a number of delegates of the SACPCMP. They are sitting that side. And we also have SACP. I haven't seen SACP, but they are supposed to be here. SACP, can I see by way of hand? They cannot make me have the slot for them and not show up. They must show up. We will have to call them. Ladies and gentlemen, without waste of time, I'll call to the fore Ms. Reiters to do the official opening and welcome. Thank you very much. As we are doing finishing touches, we are trying to cover all the wires and the steps for those that are coming forward. I will be observing you closely. The black and white reflection might disturb you a bit. Can you please play the video for the health and safety moment? Then Ms. Reiters will take over. Thank you.
Good day, and welcome to the Emperor's Palace Convention Center, a Piedmont resort. Before your function commences, Please take note of the following safety tips that are designed to ensure your safety at all times. Should you require any assistance during your visit, please contact one of our Emperor's Palace floor managers who are located in the convention center at all times. This property is protected by an automatic smoke detection and fire sprinkler system. In the event of a fire, an alarm will sound and you are required to exit the building. Exit via the main entrance stairs or the nearest appropriate emergency exit into the parking lot and assemble at the designated emergency assembly point. Remain in your group and do not wander off. Should someone be missing, please notify one of the marshals as soon as possible. Do not return into the building until the all clear is given. In order to assist with any medical needs, we have a clinic on site which operates 24 hours a day and is staffed by medical professionals. Should you require medical assistance or if there is a medical emergency, please alert the floor manager and they will activate our medical emergency protocols. Alternatively, if you are not feeling well, please notify the floor manager and you will be escorted to our clinic so that our medical staff may tend to you. For security purposes, we ask you to look after your belongings and ensure that all phones, laptops and handbags are secured in your possession and not to leave any items unattended. If something is missing or misplaced, please inform the floor manager so that we may assist you in locating the item. We also have security guards stationed throughout the resort to ensure your safety. Please follow all security instructions given to you, as this is for your safety. Thank you for your time, and Empress Palace wishes you a wonderful day at our convention.
Okay. Thank you. So my task is simple, is to do just the opening and welcome, as well as the purpose of why we are here today. When I look at the room, Deputy Minister, we normally don't struggle to get people when it comes to health and safety and construction in particular. I can see we have a full room, and I'm really hoping that after lunch the room will still be full, because that is when we are actually going to have a lot of discussions related to the regulations. So after lunch I'll be standing here as the headmaster checking whether people decided to stay after lunch, especially those that are here to come and give input into public comments. So my task is simple. I would like to just welcome, first of all, our Honorable Deputy Minister Sipia. I would like to welcome also, we have Chief Director Provincial Operations here. I see the one from Free State is joining us. I'm not sure if there's any other CDPOs that are in the room. Also, we have some of our provincial chief inspectors that are head of the inspectorate in the provinces. We have representation here from organized business, representation from organized labor. We also have the technical committee that was responsible for drafting the draft regulations in the room, and they will also be here in the afternoon when there will be the discussions related to the regulations. We have our inspectors, representation from all 9 provinces here today, and senior managers, as well as our distinguished guests from professional bodies, health and safety professionals in the construction industry. You are welcomed. Today we are here, and the theme for today is prioritizing construction health and safety. And the reason why we have the theme of prioritizing construction health and safety is the main purpose of our deliberations today is the construction regulations that went out for public comment. And please note that the public comment phase will come to an end towards mid-June. So you still have time to do formal representation, be it individually, be it as a professional body. So today we are here to conduct presentations, and we've also brought the professional bodies as well as statutory bodies who are mentioned in the regulations that will be doing presentations before our keynote address by our Deputy Minister. And then we will have a presentation on the regulations itself, and then we will have robust discussions. So that is why we are here today. It is part of our advocacy pillar of the Department of Employment and Labor's Enforcement Unit, where our three main pillars are advocacy, capacity building, the second pillar is inspections, and the third pillar is enforcement. So we don't just come and do inspections and then ultimately enforce an issue with notices. This is part of the advocacy and consultation process. The process when it came to the drafting of the construction regulations was done in a tripartite structure, and the tripartite structure consists out of organized business, organized labor, as well as professionals in the field of construction. And ultimately, it went to the Advisory Council last year, where the Advisory Council advised the Minister to publish it for public comment. So you still have an opportunity to give inputs into it. What we have found is when we have the public comment phase, that people do not comment. Once a regulation is published, then we get a lot of feedback, and people are not satisfied with what is in the regulation. So kindly ensure that you do take the time to give your comments. So the main focus also for today will be where we will be highlighting the key challenges, changes that we've made in the draft construction regulations that is out for public comment, and also to give everybody here an opportunity to ask questions so that when you go into your formal representation, then you would have had an opportunity to engage with the Department of Employment and Labor, as well as the TC members that were here that can be able to indicate what was the thinking behind specific clauses. My plea is that for today, we don't really want a repeat of what happened at our construction conference in October, where it turned a little bit ugly. And today we are here to have robust discussions, but let's do it respectfully. Let's not insult anybody. Let us have robust discussions that will take place after lunch. So I would like to welcome you, and let's enjoy the session and let's give inputs. Thank you, I'm so used to meetings, Chairperson, Program Director.
Thank you, Ms. Richards, for welcoming us. And we have noted what you have said, that last time we were nearly out of hand. But this is the construction industry. I wish somebody could make, you know, these days they make this, they put cameras around people's lives, you know. What do you call those? They are not podcasts. What do you call them? But reality shows, yes. I think we can, I wish we could have cameras around a typical construction site, and it becomes a reality show. You will see the language, the mannerism, and how things are done at construction site. Now, once you understand how the construction site is naturally, then you will know that in October they were very, very soft on us. They were very, very soft on us in October. So we are expecting an engagement after lunch. That's why we have that item after lunch, whereby I'm trying to check if they are streaming what I'm seeing here. That item after lunch whereby we'll engage. In our midst, we have the technical committee that was responsible for the amendment of this regulation. So after lunch, when Mr. Gannasen has presented, they will all come and sit here. And that's when I will literally take off my jacket as well. I have to wait, the minister is here, the deputy minister is here. So after lunch, I will take it off, and then I will put that one that when we go to construction site, we work on. But ladies and gentlemen, having said that, in the past 3 years, we've been working closely with the ILO in realizing the decent work in construction, which is an ILO project. In our midst, we've got Madam Lintini, who's leading the project here in the SADC region, that one of decent work in construction work. She is going to come and give us an address. Madam Lintini, over to you. We can give her a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on all the protocols of this meeting. I would like to thank the department for inviting the ILO to this meeting. We are very honored to be here. My name is Naomi Lintini. I'm the project manager and technical advisor for a project which promotes decent work and productivity in the construction sector in the SADC region, but also working closely with South Africa. I have a few words which I want to share with you as we start this conversation today. The ILO, for those who do not know, is a United Nations agency for the world of work. It is an agency that promotes decent work for all, that sets international labor standards, and that creates programs to improve working conditions and also ensure social justice globally. It is a tripartite UN agency that brings together governments, organized business, and organized labor to collaborate on issues of the world of work, of which the issue of occupational safety and health is one. And I bring you a message from our Director General, which says that at this challenging time, it is essential that we seize the initiative to shape the future of work with social justice so that it can deliver a better and more equitable, sustainable world, and that it can contribute to lasting peace. Because if we do not ensure that everything is okay in the world of work, we cannot have lasting peace. Now, the ILO believes that if we are to ensure that the world of work is producing the results that we are looking for, then we must have a human-centered agenda where we put people and the work they do at the center of economic and social policy and also of business practice. And to do that, it means that we need to shift incentives towards a more human-centered business model. And this agenda cannot be accomplished by incentives that are directed only towards certain financial and stakeholder interests. We need an agenda that requires accounting and reporting frameworks that encourage a human-centered business model. One of those frameworks which we can guide what we are doing is the ILO Convention number 187, which is a promotional framework for occupational safety and health. It is an international treaty that encourages countries to improve national occupational safety and health standards, that promotes a preventive safety and health culture, and that encourages national policies and programs to improve workplace safety. But why does this matter? It matters because every worker deserves a safe working environment. It matters because a safe workplace fosters healthy and motivated work staff. Because investment in health and safety is an investment in business and in people. Because a proactive approach ensures compliance and efficiency and employee well-being. And because decent work, productivity, and sustainability together are essential for long-lasting success. And if we invest in worker safety and well-being, this will lead to economic and social benefits for all. And that is why the ILO works in this area and collaborates with governments. And that is also why we are working with the Department of Labor in this area with the project I talked about. So it is important that we hold strategic conversations and we also hold systemic interventions. And I think the meeting today is one of those strategic conversations that we need, because we need to ensure that we can unpack the complexity, for example, in the construction sector, so that we can set a direction and prepare the ground for more effective planning and for the design of implementation strategies that achieve the results that we are looking for. We also need to move beyond planning and put in place systemic interventions that address challenges that arise from the interactions that happen in the construction sector. Because the construction sector is comprised of many elements, of different stakeholders. Clearly, challenges are inevitable, but we need to discuss them, and we need to put in place solutions and interventions that will lead us towards the goal that we want to achieve. In that regard, the ILO, through the Decent Working Construction Project, did undertake in, I think, 2002, a survey to understand what is the status of the construction sector here in South Africa, but also in other countries in which the project is working. And basically, we looked at the construction sector as a market system, a complete market system, which means that we looked at the rules and regulations of the construction sector, we looked at the support functions of the construction sector, and we also looked at the core business of the construction sector to try to identify where are the issues. And in doing that, we identified a couple of areas where we think there's need for intervention. Issues of compliance, especially in the small enterprises, issues of the skills of the workers. And then when we dug deeper, we then wanted to understand, yes, there's a relationship between the construction sector and the SMEs because most of them are subcontractors. But then we also found out that among the smaller SMEs, there are some challenges and weaknesses. So we dug deeper to find out what is happening among SMEs, especially in the way they are interacting with their workers, because we can only have productivity if the worker and the employer are they are moving in the same direction. And once we did that analysis, we identified a number of challenges where we thought the project could intervene and support. And we put the construction sector under the microscope. Of course, we found that most of the SMEs are subcontractors. So sometimes because they're subcontractors, it's not easy to find them so that we can support them. But nevertheless, the project is working with the Department of Labor, and it is also working with the Department of Infrastructure to see what support we can give to the SMEs so that they can align, so that they can provide decent working conditions, and so that they can comply with the proper occupational safety and health issues. And the project, which I was talking about, is a sub-regional intervention which seeks to drive lasting improvements in the performance of SMEs and in the working conditions of the vulnerable workers in the sector. And because these are the things that keep workers locked in precarious employment, it keeps SMEs locked in low productivity activities, and it makes the sector itself as a sector that has got a high rate of violations. So we are working with the department to see what can be done on the ground to improve this situation. We use a market systems approach because we want to drive a pathway. You know, when we create a pathway, it means it's always there, even when the project goes. So we'd like to drive a pathway towards conditions and labor productivity. The workers will have good working conditions, but the businesses will have productivity, because it is when both are happening that we can achieve success. And so we are intervening at different levels as a project, working with the Department of Labor, at meta level, at the level where people think, at the level of social norms. We are conducting communication campaigns. At macro level, We are working to support policies, laws, and regulations, and reviews and refinements. At meso level, at the area where organizations are working, we are working with different organizations, including training institutions, to build the capacity of various entities in the construction sector so that we can improve the capacities that are there. And then at macro level, which is at the level where the construction companies are operating, we are also working with employer organizations. We are working with the worker organizations. We are providing training for enterprises. We are discussing with them how we can incentivize compliance so that the sector is responsive to the needs of the workers, but also responsive to the needs of business. And we know that if we do these things, then we will have a benefit. The companies will have a benefit because they will have higher labor productivity, and the workers will have a benefit because they will have good working conditions, but ultimately that they will have an improved livelihood because of continuation of business. Because if we do not follow a process which is creating benefit for all, then the whole sector is the one that will be affected. And once that whole sector is affected, ultimately it is the workers in the sector who will be affected, and then it will be the company outcomes that will be affected. So in that approach, we are working with different stakeholders in the project. We are working with trade unions to work with them to get them to understand what are their rights, what are their obligations, and what are their responsibilities, because we all have rights and responsibilities, and only when we work together can we achieve a collective whole that benefits everybody. We are working with contracting companies to see how they can put in their contracting processes what we call decent work criteria, both in the employment contracts but also in the construction contracts. Because if we want to ensure that occupational safety and health is working for the construction sector, then we need to make sure that it is streamlined in every aspect of the construction sector, and that the workers understand what are their roles and responsibilities, and also that the companies understand their roles and responsibilities. We are working with procuring agencies to see how they can make sure that the requirements for decent work, the requirements for occupational safety and health are integrated in the tendering procedures. We are working with business development service providers so that we can put in place training programs which can target small and micro enterprises so that when they do go to the construction site, they take cognizance of the things that need to be put in place. We do recognize that for large companies, for large construction companies, they may have these systems in place. But in most cases, for SMEs, these issues of understanding the proper way of ensuring occupational safety and health are not there. So that is why we are capacitating business service providers, because when they are providing training, for example, for business management, they should also provide training on how to comply with the decent working conditions, how to comply with occupational safety and health. And that this training should go out to all subcontractors and subcontractors of subcontractors. We have experienced, for example, that in some of these accidents that happen, the accidents are caused through the actions of the subcontractors of subcontractors who did not fully comprehend what is needed and what should be done. And then we are working with the Department of Labor to ensure that we have got strategic inspections in every aspect, not just in large companies, but in very small work sites. And that through that inspection also education is passed on to people who may not understand. We are a sub-regional project, so we carry all these results that we are doing to the SADC Secretariat, where at the meeting of Ministers of Labor and their social partners, we again share the learnings so that the benefits can accrue to all. As a SADC region, we know that there's a cross movement of labor, and sometimes labor that has come from across the border might be the labor that is causing some challenges. So we'd like to make sure that the lessons are shared across the whole sub-region. And then we bring back the successes for the benefit of everybody. And what we are doing in terms of the intervention processes is that we are partnering with different entities. We have partnered with trade unions, we have partnered with employer organizations, we have partnered with different business development service organizations so that we can ensure that we reach every aspect of the construction industry with the message that if we have decent work and if we comply with labor laws, then it is to the benefit of everybody. We do needs assessments and gap assessments, and then we work with all the partners to co-create solutions and solutions that can address the needs in the construction sector. And our focus is on how labor can ensure that things are happening. We are not dealing with the technical aspect of construction. We are dealing with the employee or the human aspect of construction. Because you can have all the technical aspects in place, but if the human beings in the construction sector are not knowledgeable or they don't have access to the right information, then all the technology, all the knowledge that you have will not benefit anybody, not the workers, not the employers, and not government. And so we work on enhancing capacities of our partners, like I said, workers, employers, and we are also working with the Department of Labor. And we want that ultimately the training must be delivered to the end target group, because in our own assessment, in the studies that we have undertaken, these challenges start with what we call the subcontractors of subcontractors. But ultimately it reaches, let's say in a construction site, which is a large construction site which is being built by a large company, the problem might have been caused by a subcontractor of the subcontractor who doesn't know much. So that is why we are targeting training at micro, small, and medium enterprises, so that when they come to the construction site, they understand by themselves, they understand for themselves what is important, they understand what needs to be done. And then we draw these lessons and we share them in public places. We draw these lessons and then we translate them into guidelines for small businesses. We draw these lessons and we put them even all the way back to the ILO so that they can improve the way we provide guidelines for the world of work. And then for the construction sector itself, we promote adoption and institutionalization of good practice so that as a construction sector, broadly, we should have a safer working environment. We should have a construction sector that delivers not only productive outputs in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of employment and also in terms of just the overall outcome, which benefits everybody. We say we want a win-win situation, a win for the workers, a win for the employers, a win for government, and a win for the community in which whatever construction is happening is there. And we have done some trainings. For example, here we have a quote from one of our trainees who had the tools and equipment to ensure that they are compliant with OSH, but they were not using it for lack of knowledge. So we do those training programs also to improve understanding, especially among micro businesses, about the importance, for example, of compliance with occupational safety, about the link between compliance behavior and labor productivity, and therefore the sustainability of their own businesses, and the ability for them, for example, to continue providing employment. So that's what we do, and that's what we partner with the Department of Labor. And I want to leave you again with a quote from our Director General of the International Labour Organization, which says, let us commit to a future of work that is not only smarter, for example, in terms of technology, but also one that is safer and healthier. Because when all of us are safe and healthy, that's only then that we can achieve economic development that is beneficial to all of us as a nation. I thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think there's an improvement that needs to be done next to those stairs. We might need a handrail there by the look of things. I'm doing the risk assessment. Thank you very much, Madam Limtini. Can we give her a round of applause one more time? We have been engaging with ILO in the last 3 years, especially in construction, intensively. They have trained our inspectors. We have had 3 sessions with them. And in particular, the focus of that training was around strategic compliance, whereby we optimize our minimum resources to ensure that we get the best out of that. And I think strategic compliance is something that we can also bring it at a level of SMMEs as well. I can see other people are smiling, but smiles have ended. I don't know what is happening there. You know, I'm not seeing what they are projecting there, but the smiles tells me that there was something interesting. Anyway, as we are moving forward, in our midst, I would like to recognize the president, or let me rather say the CEO of SAYOSH, Mr. Niels Norkia. He's right here. And we will be hosting let me say it's a conference in Gallagher Estate, whereby we will also be forming part of that. We've got 3 slots there. We'll be doing presentations, and we thank you for those slots. And our working relations with SAYOSH, ladies and gentlemen. SAYOSH is a recognized voluntary association. I will also acknowledge a friend of mine in the trade, that is Advocate Reinhard Lusch. We have worked closely, and some people may ask, why him? There are a lot of advocates. No, he trains inspectors for free. It's as simple as that. And when he trains the inspectors, what I like about him, he's honest. He will say, look, I'm going to come to you. Your act only gives a slap on the wrist on my client. I'm going to accept that. I don't want to argue the point, but you must know the angle that I will be coming at as you see what your act does. So he has been advocating that we need change in the act. We need to amend the act itself. And again, in our midst, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the CDPO. That is the Chief Director, Provincial Operations from Free State. Madam Maneli, she's over there. If you can just wave your hand. That's Madam Maneli, as humble as she is, but she runs the whole of Free State in terms of all employment and labor matters. And in our midst, again, we've got Provincial Chief Inspector, Mr. Luqande. I did not see Mr. Luqande, but I'm told he's here. Can I just see by way of hand? But I'm told he's here. I'm not seeing, right at the back. I'm not seeing him, Okay, it's fine, but he's here. Why am I mentioning these people? You might be having a pending issue, permit or whatever. They are here, ladies and gentlemen. You can go to them. The specialist in Mpumalanga, our OHS specialist in Mpumalanga, can you just wave? There he is. You've got pending permits in Mpumalanga. There is the man. We also have Provincial Chief Inspector of Limpopo, Miss Lucia Ramusi. Can you just wave your hand, Miss Lucia? She is here. I'm not seeing the hand, but she is here. I met her. Yes. Can I see the hand again? No. No, I'm not seeing her. But if you need help about Limpopo, she's right here. And then from head office, we've got the specialist of electrical and mechanical, Mr. Munyaki. Can I just see by way of hand? There's Mr. Munyaki over there. Lifts, escalators, and passenger conveyors. Questions during tea time. There is the man. And then in health and hygiene, I know we've got a challenge here, asbestos contractors. Then we've got in our midst, they are looking at me. We've got two specialists actually from health and hygiene. Mr. Warren Mallon, just wave your hand. There is Mr. Warren Mallon. Hazardous biological agents and so forth, there is Mr. Warren Mallon there. And next to him is Ms. Elise Lawrence, asbestos contractor. He wants to know everything during tea time. That is the person to interact with. So you can see they are all here today. Let's just give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be moving to the next item, and the next item is a presentation on incidents by Ms. Malinzisa from Federated Employers Mutual. Over to you, ma'am. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning to everyone in the room. Special greetings as well to the Deputy Minister, the Chief Inspector, to all the various presidents of organizations, and all the respective delegates in your capacity. As introduced, my name is Loria Malinzisa. I'm the Health and Safety Coordinator at FEM. This morning, my presentation is quite simple and will be quite brief. I'll just giving you a perspective with regards to the statistics that we have specifically for the construction industry. But before I get into the content of my presentation, I would like to, for the benefit of those who may not know who FEM is, just to give you an idea of who we are. We are a workmen's compensation that has been licensed by the Department of Employment and Labor. We have been established since 1936 on the introduction of the Workmen's Compensation Act. We're the only company, private company, that is licensed to offer compensation to the building and construction industry, known as Class 5. Our business operations, as I had indicated, is confined to the insurance of employers against their liabilities under the Compensation for Occupational Injuries and Diseases Act. Currently, we're sitting with about 7,000 policyholders, which equates to covering approximately over 300,000 employees. As I had indicated, we are a workmen's compensation, and essentially we come in when something has gone wrong on a construction site. From an FEM perspective, we have a very deep understanding when there are health and safety failures on a work site. And today, the statistics I'll be providing, or the data that I'll be sharing with you, just basically indicates I can say at this point the challenges that we have within our construction sector. As I indicated, we understand when things have gone wrong, or we have that perspective. And what the organization has done in the past year, we have set health and safety as one of our strategic outcomes. So we strongly advocate for health and safety, specifically for the construction industry. And our strategic outcome basically is to champion zero harm within the construction industry through active participation in the health and safety initiatives, and also partnering with industry stakeholders. Maybe just to mention at this point, the Master Builder South Africa and its associations that are also sitting in different parts of the country. So those are the partners that we also work quite closely with in terms of promoting most of the initiatives that we have. And we also we'd like to contribute towards reducing accidents on the construction sites. And one of the key things that we also do is to increase awareness of accident trends within the construction sector. That is what I'll be touching on as the core of my talk this morning. And would also like to be a health and safety thought leader for the industry. Our FEM statistics are part of the initiatives that we have as an organization. These statistics we've basically made very transparent to the industry. They're quite readily available on our website. So if you go into our website, you can also welcome to do a search just to see in terms of what are the trends that are currently happening. So basically our incident statistics as well, just to note when I'm presenting, that it's not a reflection of the entire construction industry, but the statistics or the data is confined to our policyholders, as I indicated, are currently sitting at about 7,000 policyholders. And obviously with this data, keeping in mind that the policyholder numbers have increased throughout the years. And with these statistics, we upload them on a quarterly basis, meaning for this quarter, they are being updated now as we speak for the 30th of June for the second quarter of this year. Maybe before I go into my FEM statistics, I basically took from the International Labour Organization, and I understand that they're also in the room, and I hope with my statistics at this point, I did not disappoint, but I actually have the correct figures up here. So just borrowing from the International Labour Organization, just to take it from a global perspective, I just wanted to just share these figures, that currently we have, there's about over 374 million men and women who suffer non-fatal work-related injuries and illnesses every year. And bringing it down to fatalities, there are about 2.8 people that die every year from work-related injuries and illnesses. This equates to about 7,500 on a yearly basis. Just also breaking it down between occupational injuries and diseases, the IOL has stated that over 2 million are related to acquired illnesses, and approximately 350,000 is accidents. Mind you, this is on a global perspective. And coming back again on construction sites specifically, about 108,000 people die every year on a construction site. It's indicated that 3 out of 4 times people working on the construction sites are more likely to die from a work accident. So with these statistics as well, it indicates the hazard nature of working on a construction site, because out of the total fatality, 30% equates to people working on a construction site. Bringing it down to class 5 or FEM policyholders, I just took this graph to indicate the fatalities that have been experienced through FEM is between the year 2000 and the year 2022. So basically, just to break it down, we have, in that period, we've had 1,659 reported deaths since the year 2000. So on average, we have about 72 deaths that happen a year, and that also equates to about 6 deaths a month. And with not including for the year 2023 and 2024, the figures are as follows, in that in 2023 we had about 52 fatalities, and 2024 we had about 60 fatalities. Again, indicating it's not a reflection of the entire industry, but it's only confined to FEM policyholders. Again, when it comes to trends, our data is very important to us because we also use it to advocate for the industry in terms of indicating or highlighting to the industry the areas of concern. So this is what our data has been instrumental in, is being able to identify trends, and also be able to predict to a large extent where the likelihood of serious accidents or incidents occurring. Going back into our data, I just used the data for 2024 specifically on this particular slide, just to indicate our trends. And I want to indicate that this has also been consistent with what we have seen in the previous years. So for 2024, the total number of claims that came through set at about 6,231. And of that number, 33% were as a result of struck by accidents. Struck by accidents, just to break down the definition of it from an FEM perspective, is that it's an accident when a worker comes into forcible contact or impact with a flying, falling, swinging, or rolling object. And out of that number of struck by accidents, 19 resulted in fatalities. So the total number out of the 6,000 for struck by accidents was 2,081. Number of accidents. So in the percentage of accidents, it's set at 33%. And with regards to the number of fatalities, it's set at 31%. Motor vehicle accidents is also an area of concern for us. The number of accidents was about 877, but the number of fatalities came to 27 fatalities for that year. And in percentage form, when it comes to number of fatalities, this is sitting at over 50% of fatalities that we accounted for the year. And with this one, I just took only the top 5 areas of concerns, which is also slip and overexertion, fallen to different levels, struck by and struck against. Remember again, when you do a search on cause of accidents, you will also see that we have contact with electrical contact. We have striking, caught in between, and just to think of the top of my head, we also have fall on to same level. So if you go into our search, you'll see that our trends are not necessarily confined to what I'm currently sharing with you, but we also do have a number of causes of accidents. And I think if maybe you're looking at the chart, it might not be making sense in terms of why the number of fatalities is less than the 60 that I'm indicating. That's because the other number of fatalities is also sitting on the areas of cause that I just indicated to you. And when coming back to struck by definitions, I don't want to, maybe at this point I might be preaching to the converted in terms of what we describe as a flying, falling, swinging, and rolling object. But obviously in this instance, when we talk about falling objects, that could be objects that are falling from height, either bricks are falling onto people, or we have material falling into people while they're in excavations, which is also quite a big concern within the industry. And rolling objects, flying objects, could be malfunctioning equipment where a forcible object out of that equipment might fly out and strike someone. So I'll just keep it to that for now in terms of what our definition is in terms of struck by. But I just wanted to indicate in terms of where the areas of concern are. Again, just to confirm what I've indicated in terms of struck by being a concern for us, this graph indicates for the past 10 years where struck by continues to be the leading cause of accidents on our construction sites. And with these slides, I just wanted to go back to MVAs, as I had indicated, is an area of concern with regards to the number of fatalities. So what has happened is that last year during our September conference, motor vehicle accidents was one of the themes that we had in the conference. And what we did with our statistics is that we expanded on them just to give more information or give more insight to the industry in terms of our motor vehicle accidents. And with the next 3 slides, I'm just sharing a little bit of what I took out of what we have found out when we went into our data just to look at what could be causing our motor vehicle accidents, where are they happening, who's being affected, etc. So I'll just share a little bit in terms of the data that we found out. So we're looking at the crashes per time of day. The crash per time of day, what we found out is that 45% happened in the morning. That was between 5 and 12 p.m. In the morning, and the second highest time was in the evenings between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. So those were the areas where we were seeing most of the fatalities or accidents occurring. Coming to fatalities per user group, our data reveals that 41% of workers killed were passengers and 43% were drivers. So those are the individuals that are mostly affected with regards to motor vehicle accidents for the industry. And pedestrians are those that would most probably be those working on public roads when we indicate pedestrians being affected. And maybe just to go back a bit before but rather let me just complete with the last slide. What we also found with regards to the location or site of crashes was that most of the accidents actually happened on public roads. I think this also goes back to what we are currently experiencing as a country, which ultimately is also affecting our data in terms of workplace motor vehicle accidents. And while we also did this exercise, we aligned it basically with the Road Traffic Management Corporation's annual report. They released an annual report to provide perspective in terms of the accidents that are happening on our road. So when we did this exercise, we used that report to align our trend analysis, to align our findings with that particular report. And it actually was quite an interesting exercise that we did. So I would have loved to share more information about that, but I think I will leave it to that with regards to accident statistics. Just to touch briefly on occupational diseases, what we're experiencing from an FEM perspective is that most of the claims that come through are related to hearing loss. I think maybe just to touch on, this could be maybe just to go back to the data that we spoke about earlier on with regards to the number of illnesses that are being accounted for occupational injuries is actually quite high with regards to injuries. That is the IOL information that we have. But I think it also highlights very interesting information for us as well as FEM, because for us, injuries actually are quite a concern for us. Hence, even in our discussions or presentations where we advocate for safety, we indicate mostly on injuries as opposed to diseases. But looking into, from an FEM perspective, our area of concern is hearing loss. Hearing loss is a major concern for us. And I think maybe just for someone who's worked in the industry, just to sharing on some of the challenges that are experienced in construction is the poor employee turnaround. I think this also affects the medical surveillance requirements that need to be done so that it can be easier whenever something, to be able to pick up when something is going wrong with an individual's exposure, either to noise, either to hazardous chemical substances, etc. So from an FEM perspective, this is what we're having as a concern, and we're sharing with you this morning, is that in 2024, the number of claims that were received or accepted for liability were 9. In 2023, we had about 22 claims accepted for liability. 2022, we had about 36. 2021, 25. And 2020, we had about 9 claims that were accepted for liability. So this is what I wanted to share with you this morning, and basically to leave you with the following information. This is just basically a focus of area for us for the construction industry. And hence I had indicated that we value the data that we have, because it also helps us whenever we are looking into having programs, health and safety programs for the construction industry. It guides us in terms of the areas of concerns that we need to prioritize, the programs that we need to have to be effective. So Just looking at that, what we have seen as focus for improved construction sites is that FEM has set itself apart with the introduction of providing incentives in the form of rebates to policyholders that seek to encourage improvement of health and safety in the organization. And we also call out for advocacy for health and safety awareness for all industry players. And we also support the enforcement action from the Department of Labor on non-compliances in providing fines, suspensions, and we also, because we sit on platforms with various stakeholders in the industry, when it comes to contractor or policyholders, we encourage leadership in procurement to place strong emphasis on health and safety requirements and ensuring bidders are restricted to those whose past performance demonstrate key health and safety competencies. SMME health and safety development, and also something we're advocating for in the industry. And we also have a program of our own where we look into supporting SMMEs, developing them in their skills with regards to health and safety improvements for the organization. And in recent times, we have been partnering with labor organization, and in the past week, we've had a roadshow where we have partnered with trade unions. And with this one, I'm quite excited about because this is a unique platform for us, because in past years, we have use platform to speak to policyholders, employers, health and safety professionals, but with this particular platform, it's allowing us to directly speak with workers in terms of how do they also play an important role in ensuring health and safety on the construction side. So that being said, thank you so much. I hope you found this insightful. I'll end it there.
Thank you, Mr. Gannason. If you can come and help me to project for myself here the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please ensure that you have registered and you've got a green tag. I've got it, Mr. Gannason. And that you have got a green tag on your hand. I don't know. Yeah, you can have it on your hand. This assists those that are monitoring us as well when we go out there for tea, that it is the correct people that are having tea. So, so they identify us. The challenge with the venue that we have is that any stranger can walk in and decided to join you in for tea. Later on, they can also join you for lunch, because you don't know who's who. It has happened. And I've noticed that there are people that are coming in, they look, and then they go back. We still have few empty chairs that I've noticed. I would say we've got about 20. And in this hall, we are expecting 440 people to be in here. But I can see plus minus 20 chairs that are still open. I saw a couple of people, they came in, they stand at the back, and then they went. Maybe it's those that are not supposed to have the green tag. So please keep the green tag so that those that are serving you outside there, and Mr. Klasse as well, Mr. Klasse is monitoring you, can actually see. So if you are in here and you don't have a green tag, don't be surprised if they ask to see you outside. We're just trying to manage the environment that we have. And thank you very much, FEM, for the presentation that you have made. It's quite important now and then to dwell into statistics, because statistics, they help us to streamline our resources, to focus to where our attention is needed. It talks to the issue of strategic compliance that was presented earlier on by the ILO. In our midst, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Leighton Bennett as well. Yes, I am doing this today. And I'll tell you why. These are people that are dedicating themselves in the health and safety industry to even train our inspectors at their own resources. And that has been happening for a while with Mr. Leighton Bennett. And he's got a book that he has published on health and safety risk, or the identification of risks. The one that I like most that he published some time back was on soil analysis when it comes to geotech surveys. Because if you don't have the basic knowledge of that geotech survey, chances are that at the foundation phase, you are likely going to make mistakes. So it's important to have that basic knowledge. And some of this material that he has published is out there. It can be accessed. I don't want to say it's for free, but he gave it to me for free. So he is here as well. Thank you, sir, for your presence. In October, you were training our inspectors on incident investigation and identification of risk. And thank you very much. You spent the whole day with us. Thank you very much, sir. There are other people that I will recognize as time goes. The time now, we will use my time. It's better if we use mine. It's 17 minutes past 10. We are going to go for tea break. You see, the tea break was supposed to be 10:20. It means you are taking 3 minutes from me. Remember that. So we will be seated, all of us, at 10:45 for us to continue with our program. Let's go out for tea. Don't forget your green tag when you are having tea. Thank you. If you don't have a green tag, you shall not eat me. Thank you. SACP, come to the fore. As we will be SACP, come to the fore as we are arranging for the next item at 10:45. 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way in. We need to start. Please make your way in. We need to start. Dames en heren, kom hier naartoe alsjeblieft. Mine is proper Afrikaans. Amanene namanenekazi. Ngenani. Bomme le bontate re le kopa gore le tsene. Tlong. And there's someone who wants me to say it in Venda. It's too long in Venda. Rekombela bokotsi bafumakazi bote vade vajene ngangeno. I should have said Zino or Zazino. I want to make some few important announcements, but I don't want others not to know about these announcements that I'm about to make. So can I get one of our ushers at the back to assist in calling people in? Thank you, Mr. Samuel. Mr. Samuel, working right at the back, is the presiding officer of the Greyston Drive Bridge, as well as the assistant presiding officer of the Tongat Mall incident. If you can make your way in so that we can continue. Thank you for closing the doors at the back. Please make sure you close the door and shut so that Noah can deal with the animals in the ark. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have few good news. The event has or is being verified by SAYOSH for 2 CPD points. So if you are in attendance, you can claim the 2 CPD points. I am told that you know the procedure to do the claim. But you do know that we will tell them if you left early, isn't it? I will tell them. Properly, we must have 2 registers, one in the morning, one in the afternoon when you leave. All right. SACPCMP, they are also awarding CPD points for attending here. And for you to do that process, you go at the back. There is the desk of SACPCMP, and you claim your CPD points there. You can also check other issues of registration with SACPCMP. They have brought their administrators to assist you if you've got any queries that are related to registration. Now, we were supposed to be going to SACP according to the program. I got a notification that they are delayed. However, we will move on to SACPCMP. Now, somebody can be asking themselves, why SACPCMP and SACP when we are talking about the regulations? Now, let's go back a little bit so that you may understand. Number one, if you recall what happened in 2009 and 2010 when we published the construction regulation for comment, the outcome from the state law was that the Department of Employment and Labor now cannot play a dual role of inspecting health and safety professionals and registering them. The state law recommended that that function must fall under the Department of Public Works. Now, the Department of Public Works, after an engagement with them, they identified one of the councils, which is SACPCMP, which is a statutory body, and they are here today. As in other conferences, they are always in attendance. And over and above that, what we have observed now, ladies and gentlemen, with the recent incidents that we are having, the role of the building inspector and that of the building control officer has somewhat been eroded. Am I the only one who's speaking? Okay. Leighton is an elder, we accept that. The role of the building control officer and the role of a building inspector have somewhat eroded at a municipal level. And this is due to the fact that we do not have a legislation that enforces that role or makes it mandatory. It has become somewhat optional, which will be part of the debate today. Why is that so important? Immediately when a notification of construction work is done to the department or the application of the permit is done, the building inspector or the building control officer must have already approved the plans in a typical construction site. So in essence, they play a role, and hence we do mention SACPCMP in the construction regulations. But should we extend our scope to cover the building control officer as well as the building inspector? What does the National Building Regulation say? That should be part of our discussion today. Do we cover it under the ambit of construction health and safety? Because it does have a role to play. A project that has been inspected by a building inspector, a project whereby the building control officer has approved the plan, they would have verified some of the aspects that contributes to health and safety. For example, soil survey, geotech surveys. Those are elements that have got a direct impact on the health and safety. And we cannot divorce those issues from what a labor inspector in terms of health and safety in construction is doing. And hence now, we will be going to these two councils who will give us their presentation, aligning their presentation with what we are doing today. If you want to claim CPD points, you go to SACPCMP desk outside. If you want to claim CPD points under SIOSH, you know the procedure. They've identified or verified this conference that they can issue 2 CPD points. On that note, may I ask SACPCMP to come and give us their presentation. Madam Kwenaite, let's give her a round of applause. As she's coming to the fore, yesterday as inspectors, we had about 100 inspectors. We spent half the day with SACPCMP, focusing on the registration and what we need to observe on. So this is day 2 for SACPCMP. Now they are addressing our stakeholders. Over to you, Madam Kwenaite.
Thank you very much. I want to stand a little bit to the side. I've noticed most people who come and stand here, they're sort of behind this thing and you can't see them on the camera. Okay, good morning, everyone. So my presentation is about professionalism in the construction industry. Very interesting title. But what I want to look at is, what are we trying to do with the construction regulations? When I say we, I'm saying we're claiming it as an industry. It's not just the Department of Employment and Labor. It is a imperative, it's an ethical imperative of everyone who works in the industry. And I think the shocking statistics and the conditions that have been expressed through the ILO makes it even more of a poignant issue. So when I say we, I mean all of us as the industry. And when I'm talking about professionalism, I'm trying to speak to the spirit of the construction regulations and not necessarily looking at the letter of the law. And that is what I'm trying to cover when I'm talking about us as the SACPCMP and the regulatory framework in which we are operating. So this part I'm not going to cover in too much detail. I'm assuming most of you know who we are. And I think the reason for that is most of you hate us, which is fine. But just so that we understand clearly in terms of who we are, this part is for me very important. We're established by an act of parliament, we're a statutory body, and our purpose is the protection of the public. The public. Okay. And we do that through a regulatory framework that essentially protects the public from all of you. And that's our purpose, is to make sure that we protect the public from you, you're doing the right thing, and you of the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, and what we do is in construction, where others are in engineering, in architecture, and so forth. The other regulatory framework which I'd like to point out to you is that, and I'm so glad Mr. Mapaha gave that introduction, because a lot of people thought we woke up one day and said, we want to register health and safety professionals. I don't think anyone wants to do that. It's crazy. It's a very tricky environment, and it is hair-raising. So there has been a regulatory framework that has mandated us under our act to regulate professions under the construction regulations. So that's where we come in. But we've also been approached and requested by other regulatory bodies to do the same for professions under their regulations, like the NHBRC with building inspectors and the CIDB with construction mentors. So I'm just providing that as a context for our role in terms of the construction regulations. We've got 14 categories. I know you know all of these. I'm sure they'll share the presentation at some point. So I think it's something very interesting to me in the construction industry. Out of any other industry in the world that loads regulation the way that it does, and I'm going to provide reasons for that. But it is key that it is regulated. And I'm going to cite two aspects of why I'm saying that. And things I'm mentioning today are not exhaustive. I'm not saying that there's no other aspects. But I'm saying, as the ILO mentioned, as the statistics from FEM show us, there is a need to regulate this industry. Why? Firstly, it is inherently dangerous. And it is complex. There is a lot of complexity in construction. But the issue is that everyone feels or thinks they can do it. And it's not appreciating that complexity and the inherent danger that puts so many human lives at risk. So the importance of the regulations, any regulation, and why regulations are put in place are firstly for public safety. As I indicated, that is our main purpose. And also, in terms of the construction regulations, or if you're looking at occupational health and safety, it's worker safety. But there's also another aspect when we look at professionalism or professionalization. It is about ensuring structural integrity and also protecting the environment. So by creating regulations, we are providing a framework for quality, for safety, for sustainability, and for minimizing accidents and injuries on construction sites, and ensuring that buildings are structurally sound. But there also is a difficulty when it comes to regulation, specifically in the construction industry. And this first bullet, I'm not trying to be controversial, but it is one of the things that makes it so difficult to regulate, and that is the lack of barriers to entry. I'm not talking about prejudice and blocking people from entry. I'm talking about that not everyone can do it and should be allowed to. And that aspect is one of the biggest issues in construction. We see that if your dentist practice didn't work, buy a bakkie, become a contractor. If you are, and this is a real story, if you are an SAPS officer who's been caught in corruption at the airport for trafficking drugs and you come out of prison, buy a bakkie and become a contractor. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? We've already said this industry is inherently dangerous and it's complex. So we need some sort of standard and requirements that make you competent to do what you need to do wherever you're doing it in the construction industry. There's also inadequate enforcement and surveillance. And I think a lot of this comes with the issues around capacity in our state organs that are in charge of or custodians of specific regulations and need to ensure enforcement. The surveillance part for me is also quite stark in that there's a lot of active construction happening and there are not enough eyes on what is happening. There's also a lack of competence. As I was saying, I mean, if there are new entrants into the construction industry every day that are coming from all walks of life, that don't understand what they're looking at when they enter a construction site, and the lack of skills, the necessary skills required to do work safely, then competence is a real issue, as well as a lack of resources. And this is both at being able to implement construction and also in terms of being able to implement regulations. Resources are key. And if you're not providing the necessary resources to do that, then there will be the consequence of a lack of compliance. And then fragmentation. This is also a key one. In terms of there are so many different bodies doing different things about different aspects in the construction industry. And that fragmentation makes it very difficult to regulate. Because when something happens or there's been a failure, whose fault is it and who must then be accountable to make things right? And in many instances, no one knows because there are so many role players. And lastly, bureaucracy and inefficiency. This is a reality. With all the regulations that are in the construction industry, it really becomes a tedious exercise. And that bureaucracy, and I'm not saying that it's justified, but that bureaucracy creates what can I say? I want to put this very diplomatically. People then tend to want to take shortcuts because it's quicker. And the inefficiency as well creates that situation. But we need to professionalize because regulations need to be implemented. So the image on the screen has got an interesting name. It says, it's called hazard spotting in Manila. Now, I thought that is a very interesting title. I was like, what are we, like game spotting? Who can see the best wildlife? But when you look at it, it's scary what is happening on that construction site. So who is supposed to ensure compliance and implementation of regulations? So what we're putting forward is the professionals. And what does a professional mean? Now, if we look at our structure in terms of our registration categories, now this is not all. I'm now speaking to the construction regulations and the spirit of wanting to regulate the professions that implement these regulations. So when we look at our professions and we're looking at the scope of work for these professions, we are looking at those that are the principal consultants, principal agents, the client agent, quality auditors, but this one, Mr. Mapa has already indicated, is an interesting, I would put in inverted commas, omission of the regulations, and process or system managers. I've put a few definitions there in terms of what we mean by what these individuals control in terms of the construction regulations. Who do they represent? Where does the accountability fall? Whose responsibility is it? And the liability and risk associated thereto, right? So if we look at this and we look at our registration categories, we propose that these are the individuals then that are, I would say, in a matrix of implementation, so that we can ensure a separation of power and a clear delineation of roles. Everyone knows what they're doing, what they're responsible for, where the liability is, and who must ensure the implementation. So, for example, here, principal consultants and principal agents are typically your construction project managers. Your client agent is typically your construction health and safety agent. Your quality auditors are your building inspectors. And then your process and system managers would then be your construction managers and your construction health and safety managers. Okay, so I know what is happening in the industry is not what I'm saying. But this is the spirit of why the regulations were created and why our scope of work exists. What the industry is doing may be a different story. But I want to show you why it is the way that it is. These professions work in the various stages of a construction project. That's how it's outlined in the scope of work. And this is to show specific line of oversight function, separation of powers and duties, and in the implementation and accountability under the regulations. So this is not the scope of work, but by putting it in this sort of format, I'm trying to show you what the spirit, as I'm trying to sort of get across to you, is in doing what we've done. That you have your oversight, where the ultimate responsibility and accountability lies. Obviously, that's with your client. You cannot abdicate your responsibility and the liability, right? But there is a layer of professionals that are used to assist the client with regards to the key risk and complexity aspects. And in our instance, in our professions, these would be your construction project manager and your construction health and safety agent. They are the individuals that are professionals that work across the project stages. They have the educational level and competence that gives them a clear understanding of the complexity and risk involved at that level. Then we say, if we go to the next level, we are looking at your principal contractor. And I'm not saying this is the case. I'm saying, let's say it was an ideal world. The reason there is a separation is that you cannot be referee and play, as Mr. Mapaha said. If you're planning and you're oversight, you're ensuring implementation, you cannot also implement. Someone needs to make sure people are doing what they're supposed to be doing and that the correct plans are in place. So let's say principal contractor, then we're looking at implementation. And then when we're looking at implementation, we are looking at construction processes and we are looking at construction health and safety systems. Who are those people, day to day, on site, who are ensuring that these are in place and are being implemented, right? Then we say, and I'm not implying that it's the subcontractor's responsibility when it comes to construction health and safety officer. I'm just showing you the layer, the next layer. You've got your oversight, you've got your implementation, and then you've got your eyes and ears, which is your construction health and safety officer, who is then on site ensuring that they're assisting site management. So if we're looking at an active site, the ultimate responsibility, and if you look at our scope of work for health and safety, is a construction manager. The implementation of construction health and safety systems is a construction health and safety manager. Okay, so here I'm talking about the infamous 8.1, okay? And I'm saying infamous because you know. So this is what we are saying is the spirit of why our professions are the way they are. To ensure that there's correct oversight, responsibility, and implementation. So what is the importance of professionalism? So why do entities like us exist? Why is there an act that mandates registration? There are 5 pillars to professionalism or professionalization. So I'm going to take these 5 pillars and I'll translate them to our act to see how we are undertaking to professionalize the construction sector, but specifically professions under our ambit. So we're looking at a shared identity and body of knowledge. So here we're speaking about standards. There's a unified standard in that profession or industry that everyone knows and everyone works towards or applies. Then there's a code of ethics, very important, that everyone is doing what they're meant to do and they're doing so ethically. This is an important one in the construction industry. The construction industry is plagued with ethical failures. Ethical failures that get people killed. Many people don't want to face that reality because for many people, being in the construction industry is about having a job. It's not about a profession. It's not about providing specific services. It's about getting a paycheck and anything you need to do to get that paycheck. But often, the human lives behind the work that you do don't come into view. And it doesn't necessarily have to take an incident for that to be important. Even like if we look at the World Economic Forum, actually, that have said that the construction industry is one of the most corrupt in the world. There are major allegations of corruption, and that issue is where the code of ethics is important for professionalizing and to protect the public. And then certifying and licensing, so to ensure that individuals are independently identified as being competent and are then given a license to practice, and then training and education. So that's initial training and education so that you know what to do, and then continuing training and education so that you continue to remain relevant and knowing what to do. So that we do, those 5 pillars are then found as the foundation of the 13 legislative mandates in our Act. So in other words, according to our Act, we are required to do these 13 things, or ensure the implementation of these 13 things. But I'm only going to focus on the out of these 13, where those 5 pillars are the most poignant. So the first being identification of work. This is section 26 of the Act, but I don't want to go to the letter. Remember, today we're speaking about the spirit of the law. What we are trying to achieve by this is that we are creating a regulatory framework for the work that is scoped to address the knowledge and competence required to carry out identified work. As I indicated before, everyone feels like they can do construction, but they don't realize the inherent danger and the complexity of doing this work. So by identifying the work and determining the level of professional that can undertake this work, this is based on several identified competencies, complexity, impact of work risks, and so forth, then a scope of work is developed. That then leads to the requirements that an individual to do that work will have to have in place, like educational level, relevant experience, and proof of continuing professional development. Then a scope of work is published. So in our instance, the latest scope of work is the 2019 Gazetted Scope of Work by the CBE. Then individuals who are registered in a specific category then do the work under their scope. Because, as I indicated, they are meeting the requirements that are outlined by the identified work, right? Then we look at the education and training, regulating and ensuring the quality of this education and ensuring that all the relevant knowledge areas are covered in qualifications that lead to a registration category. So we do this through accreditation, and accreditation covers various aspects of educational requirements. Then we look at competency standards. Now, you'll see all the sections of the Act there. I'm not interested in the letter, I'm interested in why. The why is competency is about applying the skills and knowledge in a specific level of performance. And that level of performance is important because it will ensure that the scope of work is provided as it should and it's done safely for the protection of the public. So that's the purpose of that. And then those standards are used to then assess someone on whether or not they can enter the profession or be licensed. Then this leads to professional registration. So there are several sections in our Act, section 11, 18, 19, that speak to professional registration. I've covered the sections of the Act there. The reason I've covered the sections of the Act there is that as much as we support the implementation of the construction regulations, this is an act on its own, which means that if any individual is doing the work as gazetted in the scope of work, which is a legal document, in this Act, they are required to be registered, whether it's under Section 18 or under Section 26, which is speaking to identification of work. But if you do read that section clearly, it does indicate how can you do that work without professional registration so that it's still in line with protecting the public. And mainly, that is, if you do it under directive and supervision of a professional. Okay, so I'm not going to cover these sections, but they are there for those that want to read it up. Then lastly, it's about ensuring that once you have registered, you keep up with what is relevant in the current environment. Things are changing rapidly. Legislation changes, regulations change, ways of doing things change. Are you aware of that? And are you keeping your competence at the right level? So that is what continuing professional development is about. Now this one, for me, is the critical one, and the one that we as council are leading with in this year as our key message to the industry, is do the right thing. People are depending on you for that. So once you register as a professional, and we're also starting to look at pirate professionals, so masqueraders is another word, that we protect the public. There is a code of conduct. Once you register, you are under that code of conduct, and you're required to do your work under that code of conduct. And if you do not, this is a snapshot of the code of conduct, and if you do not, then essentially the full might of the law should protect the victims of your unethical behavior. And here we look at charges and investigation into improper conduct of professionals. And there's a process in terms of how this is done. And I would encourage you, even as the inspectorate, that you, in your own capacity, can lay a complaint against any registered professional with the council that will then be duly investigated, and if found evidence is found, they then can be charged. And then there's a process where, as a council and through our legislation, we are seen as a court of first instance, where we have structures that look specifically at investigations of improper conduct, which are independent and involve those that have competency in processing legal matters, that will then look at an instance of improper conduct or look at a grievance with regards to any process with regards to professional registration. And then we have the disciplinary process. So these are all the sections in the Act that you can then look into. Then we have the disciplinary process that can then end in a sanction. And we've been recently gazetting a few sanctions. I would encourage you to look at those. Encourage in terms of that there is someone doing something when people are not bringing their part in terms of ethical behavior, but also to know that there is recourse when it is needed. So this is why we are saying, in terms of the construction regulations, it's beyond compliance. The spirit of these regulations are about ensuring implementation, and through ensuring implementation, that there is decent working environment for human beings like you and me who want to go home safely to their families and continue to be the breadwinner for their families and continue to have a livelihood. And what we're saying is professional registration ensures that there is an independent public register of individuals that are qualified to practice under the prevailing legislation, that there is surety of this competence for any individual who is then going to appoint this individual, that is verified by impartial, independent statutory body deemed to be competent, and that there is continuous excellence. So for them to remain registered, they need to continue to keep their knowledge where it should be, their competence and the relevance of that knowledge, and that they do their work ethically. And the last bit I want to leave you with is this age-old debate, especially because today we're looking at the construction regulations, when it says competent person, right? And it's, I don't know how many cases in in the courts or even in disputes or in arbitrations with all our legal experts who will wrangle around this aspect, whether or not the person needs to be registered. I'm not even going to debate that here today. I'm just going to leave you with a thought. With everything that I've just said, who is competent and who gets to decide? Thank you.
Who is competent and who gets to decide? See, the problem is we are all competent in our own thinking. And when somebody comes and say you are not competent, and you might feel a bit hurt by that. See, the problem is sometimes the experience that cannot be corrected. When you say, if you are like me, you say, I've been an inspector for almost 3 decades. But you might have been an inspector for 3 decades doing things wrong. So you might be having a very long experience which is wrong. And now new people are coming to teach you. And if you are not teachable, if your mind cannot absorb, when now something new comes in, you start to rebel against that. One thing that I have learned through the course of life is change is unavoidable. Change will always be coming. And you may have to face that. Mr. Ganathan, as we're preparing for SACP's presentation, I have already spoken about them. Last time I recognized the presence of ESCOM, and you guys laughed. But what happened is that later on, load shedding was reduced. So I would want to recognize Joburg Water. I'm not saying anything. Joburg Water is here. Department of Education is here. Please, Department of Education, see me. I've been trying to get a contact of Department of Education, and why? Because in one of the resolutions we took in the technical committee meetings was that in particular, I'm looking for basic education, because health and safety needs to be part of life sciences at a very basic level of education. So in particular, if Department of Education, they did not give me the name, but you are here, please let's engage. You might be the contact that I'm looking for. So that will be important. I would like to recognize also the Master Builders Association of South Africa, together with its subsidiary from Free State, Greater Poland, Western Cape. Those are the ones that have been given. They are also in our midst. You play a very, very important role as voluntary associations. And I want to emphasize the following. As we recognize this voluntary association, it's out of nothing. We want to reach to a point whereby, because voluntary associations have got a competent construction health and safety agent. If you will recall that the construction health and safety regulation does not have approved inspections authority, or that space is very small. So the construction health and safety agent, by default, they become AIAs of construction. And we find them mostly in voluntary associations. And I would like to have a situation whereby voluntary associations, they can speak with one voice as to how can we utilize this construction health and safety agents under voluntary association for the betterment of the construction industry. So it's something that we are looking at that we do not want to leave behind. If you look at the space of organized labor, Organized labor has moved a milestone in this regard in terms of them organizing themselves into federation and the fact that we work closely with BICAU as well. So we have a form of identifying them, and whenever there's something like this coming in now, like the new regulation, they know that we are going to conduct training with their shop stewards and people at the shop floor. I would like to have such a situation at voluntary association level, whereby we are not necessarily training, but we are debating challenges at the shop floor and how we can solve them. Having said that, can I request SACP to come and take the stage? I'm told that it's Mr. Chunda, am I correct? Please, sir, come and take the stage from SACP, Mr. Chunda, and give us your presentation. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, colleagues. My apologies to be late. 30 minutes in the air. The plane was rerouted back to the airport again, and we have to change the plane to another plane. They said it's developed a technical error in the air, but I just want to thank God that I am here. Otherwise, you are just going to read that one of the presenters was in that plane, that whatever happens there, but yeah. That being said, I think I've composed a bit. My name is Munetsi Chiunda. I'm from SACP. I hold the position of Senior Manager, Organizational Performance, as well as ICT Services. So SACP is a creation of the Act of Parliament 44 of 2000. So today we are here to just explain our registration processes, what is required, and what all the precepts are required for one to be registered with SACP, and we will then discuss the issue of the BOCs, which is your building controller officers. Okay, so our act, which is Act of 44, it gives us 4 categories that are all our professions should be in, and these categories are protected under this Act of 44. So there are only 4 categories, which is your professional architects, which is the highest one. I normally call them the gurus in our field, followed by the senior architectural technologist, and then architectural technology, as well as the draft person. So I would like to start with the foundation level, which is the candidate. Then I'll go a little bit deep to the actual registration. So the registration requirements, it's we register in different categories. The first one that we register, it's apprentice. Apprentice, these are the people without any qualification in architecture, but however, they do have prior experience. If someone has got prior experience with 3 years experience, we will then register that person as an apprentice so that they can move along the line until they become professionals. If someone does have got a higher certificate, the person is registered as a candidate architectural draft person. And if someone does have a diploma in advanced diploma or certificate, or a Bachelor of Architectural studies, they are then registered under our council as architectural technologists. If someone have a bachelor of architectural studies honors now, and advanced diploma or a postgraduate diploma, the person is then registered as a candidate, a senior architectural technologist. Then if someone does have a qualification that is your master's of architectural, then they are registered under candidate architects. Okay, so once they are registered, these candidates, they then therefore goes under what we call structural internship. So it depends with their categories of registration. If they are under apprentices or architectural draft person, they need to go under internship for a period of 36 months or 3 years. Those with who are architectural technologists or senior architectural technologists as well as candidate architects, they will only go for 24 months of internship. So what this entails is that they need to provide what we call monthly training records. And they can only submit these monthly training records from the date of their registration. There's no backdating of submission of these monthly training records. So these candidates now, they are under what we call a practical training. So based on their education, what we want to do here is with their academics, they now need to complement with the academics and the actual practical work so that they can obtain the required experience. Candidates, they must take this practical training under a supervision of a person registered with SACP as a professional in a professional registration category equal to or above that candidate level of registration on those levels that I said about candidates. The training, the practical training for these candidates should be, it is the responsibility of these candidates, so that they ensure that whatever they've learned during the academic years is then also incorporated in the practical training. And it should be including, there are only 4 categories that during this either 36 months or 24 months, they should be covering. It's your project and office management, design and design documentation, construction documents, and contract administration. So a candidate or those apprentices, they must be employed by a practice or a firm of architecture for those periods. And it is mandatory, or it is required, that they must submit their monthly training records. That one is non-negotiable. After that, when they finish either 24 months or 36 months, they then qualify to write what we call a professional practice examination. So this examination now is the one that make them transferred from being a candidate to a professional. Once they pass this professional practice examination, which we call PE exam, they then now upgrade to a professional. So now our Act, Section 18 of the Act provides that a person may not practice in any of the categories if they are not registered. And also the Act says that a person who is not registered in terms of the Act may not use these 4 titles. That is the professional architect, professional senior architectural technologist, professional architectural technologist, and the draft person. They are not allowed to use if they are not registered with SACCP. You can see on my board there is candidates and apprentices. They are not within this protection. The Act, I will discuss this further. The Act allows us to register what we call specified category. Here you see there is pointing on BOCs and others, but today we are under this category. I'm going to discuss about specified categories only for BOCs. So once they are registered, here are the qualifications on this table for what is required for one to be registered, as well as the scope of work the draft person should or they should be performing. So on their qualifications, you can now see that a draft person is someone with a higher certificate plus 1 year experience and 1 year work integrated. The level of qualification must be your NQF level 5. And underneath them, you see the metrics of what this category should only, the building topologist, the person under this category should be performing. Your technologist, they must have a Bachelor of Architectural Studies, that is with 360. In most cases, it's your honors. The level, it must be around 6 and 7. If it is other qualifications like your diploma or advanced certificate with integrated work learning. And we also have got a matrix for the building topologies. So which means that whatever a draft person does, a technologist does that one and theirs as well. So it's like accumulation because they are a level 1 higher than the draft person. Then the third category, which is your senior architectural technologist, their qualifications, according to the Act there, it's your Bachelor of Architectural Honors, your BArch, your postgraduate diploma, BTech, but the level of the qualification should be around 7 and 8. So the senior architectural technologists, they cover the work that the draft person, the technologist, and theirs as well. So all their cumulative work up to their level. They cannot perform anything outside what is within their practice matrix. Now we come to the professional architect. So the architect, like what I normally call them, is the guru. They do everything about architectural. So all the 3 levels below them and their level as well. So they do everything. So these people must have the level of qualification. It must be level 8 and 9. That's your BArch as well as masters. Okay. Now, our Act allows us to register people under the specified categories. So the section is Section 18. Section 18, Clause 1, Schedule C, is permit us to register people under a special or specified category. This is where we register building control officers. And right now, the registration of BOCs is not mandatory, it's not compulsory. they register as and when they want. And our register right now, we don't have many of them. We only have got 58 since, I'm sure, we started registering the BOCs. And because of the number and because it is not mandatory, the BOCs, we did not, they don't have a CPD program developed for them unless otherwise it becomes mandatory. That's when we can start to have their continuous development. So their qualification, it's now based on the NBR, not on the Architectural Act. So their qualification, based on the National Building Regulation Act, it stipulates that the minimum qualification of a building control officer appointed in terms of Section 5 of the Act, which is your NBR Act, shall be of a standard equivalent to a senior certificate plus 3 years of tertiary education at an accredited educational institute. So it now comes, they must have either any of these qualifications: a civil engineering qualification, structural engineering, architectural, build management, building science, building surveyors, as well as quantity surveying. So that is the criteria that we are using to register BOCs within SACP. Using the same act as well is then therefore highlight their functions. Yes, the functions here are just take a snapshot, but it's quite large if it is read in other sections of the building. Of the National Building Regulation Act. But yes, a high level, a building controller, a building control officer shall make recommendation to the local municipality in question, and that is what they do. Because we are registering them not as mandatory, because they don't have got a home, we then split their registration. We register the building control officer, our sister company, the previous speaker here, they register the inspectors. Okay. So all our professions, they are subjected to what we call code of conduct. In the event that they misbehave within the field, we then subject them under a code of professional conduct. SACP is mandated by the Section 27 of the Act to draw up a code of conduct for registered persons, which is our professions. I also want to stress that right now, this code of conduct does not include the BOCs. Does not include the BOCs because they are employed by the municipality. So therefore, their discipline falls within their employer. But however, we will engage with the employer, which is the municipalities, whenever there's an issue of misconduct. So this conduct is only for architectural professional only. All our people who are registered with us, our registration system does have electronic or a digital certificate so that we verify the people who are registered. This is to deter unregistered people to submit plans or to claim or to use the title of any of the 4 categories. So SACP has made a real-time digital seal, which we call private seal. Most of the council now use private seal as a form of verification. The private seal, what it does is It shows the current registration or the current status of a person at that particular moment. So you just need to scan it. Once you scan it, the certificate will then give you the current registration of that particular person. So here I've got 2 certificates that we issue to all people who are registered with SACP. We have got what we call a certificate of registration and a certificate of good standing. If you can scan the barcode right now, you can actually see that Mr. Jones is registered at this particular moment. If the person is not registered with SACP or is removed, this certificate does not show up. So what we normally advise municipalities is that when our RPs are submitting plans, they must incorporate this certificate so that we deter and those people who are not registered with us to submit our plans. We also advise our RPs to take this seal so that they can put it in on their plans for ease verification as well. Okay. In the built environment, we do have what is called identification of work, which is just, in a nutshell, a matrix of scope of work. So what it does is explain the level of competence one should have on different building topologies. I also want to stress that because BOCs, their registration is not a requirement, it's not mandatory. Right now, SACP does not have an IDOW for BOCs, as their registration is not mandatory. And as I said, we only have got 59 who have registered with us. Because the IDOW is a long document which is very difficult to read and to interpret the practice or the matrix of scope of work, SACP has then developed what we call a certificate of competence. A certificate of competence is then highlight the building topologies that a person should, who is registered in any of the categories. That is only 3 categories: your draft person, your technologist, as well as a senior technologist. They should have a certificate of competence. A certificate of competence highlight or list all the building topologies those RPs should practice, and no one is allowed to practice above his or her registration category. But however, in order to implement IDOW, we then give people within their low grade of registration to probably draw plans or draw plans in the higher category, only when it is indicated on the certificate of competence. So the certificate of competence was only designed to assist building controllers when they evaluate the plans to see whether the person is within this category. Why is he submitting something above his or her category? You then have to check on the certificate of registration. What is on the above there is what is they are entitled based on their category. What is below is what the person has been exempted to submit. So in a nutshell, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
I'm asking Mr. Chunda not to go, because there is something that I want to project for the construction industry to be able to comprehend. Mr. Chunda, how many building control officers are registered with SACP currently?
There are 59.
59?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, that's all I needed. Now, you can notice that if you have 59 building control officers that are registered, and per annum, if you look at CIDB statistics, we are dealing with 20,000 sites plus. And when we've got only 59 building control officers that are registered, why are we even bringing in the architect and building control officers? Ladies and gentlemen, I have a challenge. And I understand, Mr. Chunda, when you said the flight had to be returned back. But my flight is on board and we are on air. And I'm just realizing that the pilot might not be a competent pilot. I'm talking about the construction industry, by and large. If in a country you've got only 59 registered building control officers, we have a challenge, ladies and gentlemen, of competency. We have a serious challenge. Because building control officers are supposed to monitor those plans when they are being approved. The type of foundation that the architect or the engineer has drafted, does it suit the soil where the building is going to be built? And as long as that is not taken care of, by the time a labor inspector comes in, it's too late. It's way too late when the labor inspector comes in. And that's what is making us think that should we bring that element in, because it definitely has the element of health and safety. Right at the architectural stage, when you are still at the concept stage, when you are still drafting that. We have a serious challenge, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at some of the beautiful designs that we have. We cannot clean the windows of that design. And the poor people, 5 years down the line, the building is so beautiful, it doesn't have proper anchorages that have been designed. We have to now drill anchors so that we can only clean the windows. No one's life is worth a clean window. Maybe some buildings, the windows must not be cleaned. We must just wait for rain. Because people are going to die cleaning the windows of that building. Because the architect just drew, and then because you don't have a building control officer who's going to say, no, this plan cannot be approved. Have I disturbed your mic? Okay. We don't have a building control officer who say this plan has failed because it has not taken into consideration the maintenance of the building and who will be cleaning the windows. No, we have a beautiful design, is done and dusted and we left. But people cannot do maintenance work of that building. I had such a challenge in a government building that I won't mention, which we had to close for 3 months until we can do proper anchorages. And then some can clean the windows. I don't think it's ideal to design a building whereby somebody has to clean a window using a rope. It's not supposed to be like that. If it is supposed to be like that, then in the design, include those anchorages where we can put now the suspended platforms and everything. It doesn't have to be drilled in to clean the windows. And that's where the building control officers come in. I'm not even going to mention about some of the buildings that we find with cracks and everything. Because clearly you can see that the role of a building control officer, that of a building inspector, were not taken into consideration. By the time the Department of Labor comes in to do inspection after the permit or notification, it's way too late. And we want to delve into that space of architects and designers. We do have covered the designer now. Is it enough? We will discuss that after lunch. I would want to recognize as well in our midst, we do have Randwater in our midst. Randwater, are you here? Are we having the water? Okay. And then also in our midst, and don't mind the gentlemen who are coming to and fro, we are also streaming into other 3 platforms. So others may not be hearing us. That's why now and then you will see. We are streaming into 3 platforms. There's a YouTube stream, so if you go to YouTube, you'll see that we are live now. So we are also streaming, and you can share the stream with us. And then in our midst, I've also seen the South African National Defence Force. They are here. In terms of compliance, the defense is higher than all government departments. I have personally conducted an inspection. So they are here in our midst. Maybe when it comes to compliance, we need to have a military approach, if that is the case. Having said all of that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call to the fore our Deputy Minister. He's coming to give a keynote address. I would like us to listen attentively to what he's going to say. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'll start by leading by example and use the military approach when I deliver this speech, because it's what we've been told now, that we must use the military approach, which I always believe it's anchored on discipline. So I'll be very disciplined when I do this as well. Thank you very much, Program Director. Mr. Mapaha, thank you so much. You are doing a great job. Since we have started this morning, I see the house is full. When I'm standing here, then you start to see that it is a full house indeed. Program Director, the explosive specialist, Mr. Mohapi, thank you very much as well. We appreciate your presence. The Inspector General in absentia, Chief Inspector, thank you very much. We appreciate your presence, being part of this massive and very important gathering of today. The Federated Employers Mutual Assurance Company, which is FEMA, our partners, thank you once again. You are always a good partner. We are doing quite a lot with you, and we appreciate the work that you are doing. International Labour Organization, thank you very much. We appreciate again the partnership that we are having with you and the work that we continue to do in making sure that we've got a better working place and conditions in this country. The South African Council for Architectural Professions, SACP, they were just here, and I'm going to challenge them. What Mr. Mapaha said when you left here is a mouthful. We are going to challenge you, because I believe all of us, we can't just be shocked that we've got only, they said 59, only 59 building control officers, and we just get shocked and nothing happens. We want to challenge you. You've got a responsibility. Where are they seated? We want to challenge you. We can't just leave it like this and go home and say all is well, while we have agreed here that it's not well. From now onwards, you must be deliberate. We must be deliberate. When we are not deliberate in changing the picture won't change. We are going to continue to have the challenges that we see in this country, because we are just saying we've got only 59, and up until someone comes, companies do bring people to be registered and be trained and everything. If we are not deliberate as the authority, you are the authority by law, so you have that responsibility to be deliberate. And let us be deliberate. We would want to see a different picture in 12 months, where we want to see how many that have came or that are being processed. As we have been told that we've got quite a number of sites, thousands and thousands of sites, and we've got only 59. I don't think I can stand here and go home and say all is well. As the department, we are going to follow up on this matter and see that it's being resolved, but also we bring more. So as Mr. Mapaha went further to deliberate on some of the things, I always, I'm not a specialist when it comes to the construction industry sector. I've been there before. I was once an MEC in KZN of Public Works and Human Settlements. So the built environment is a very complicated space. What Mr. Mapaha was saying, it's quite true. You'll see that one thing that has been bothering me is that, yes, we design beautiful buildings, but the sustainability of those buildings, how long can they last? Some of them can't even last 20 years. When you look back at the buildings that have been built in this country over the years, we've inherited buildings that have lasted 200 years. But what we are constructing today, what we are designing today, it's like we're designing for today, but not for the future. And I don't think that's how we should be. We must raise these things when we're here and raise them for what they are, so that we start to see where we're taking our country. What direction do we want to have? Just beautiful buildings, full of glass, full of whatever, but it can't last 20 years. Then we must pay more money to build the very same building, the very same school, the very same clinic, the very same court that we've been building. So I'm saying we need to start saying, are we about sustainability or about just for today and beautifying our country and it ends there? And I think for me, it shouldn't be like that. The next generation must inherit a South Africa that is sustainable, a South Africa that is moving forward. So I'm just raising it because it was raised. It's directed to all of us. I think we have to change and start to think, what country do we want to have? The South African Council for the Project and Construction Management Professions, thank you exactly as well for the work that we are doing and the presentations, the presentation that you have presented to us. By the way, what I've noticed is that 3 females, is it 2 or 3? It's 3 females who presented here. Very capable females, insightful presentations, and that's why I will always be on your side, females. Your battles are my battles. Your battles are my battles. And it's deliberate. It's deliberate. Again, I think we must accept and appreciate that women are capable. Women are highly capable, and if we don't support them, if we don't fast-track them, we would be doing injustice. I will raise this, those who have heard me before will know what I'm going to say. Women are the ones who have suffered the most in this country. Whether they are black or white, women are the most who have suffered in this country. Triple oppression. Religion oppresses women. Any religion, it oppresses women. Women are second-class citizens in religion. Culture, any culture, it oppresses women. It doesn't matter where you come from. Women are always second-class citizens when it comes to culture. The apartheid system dealt with women, both black and white. They were second-class citizens in this country. So what kind of the society are we if we are not going to acknowledge that and fast-track these women to be where we are as men and deal with patriarchy? Allow them space to thrive, supported by us men. It's our responsibility as well. Make them build capacity. They are capable. They can thrive. Give them space to thrive, and then they will thrive. That's why they were thriving when they were presenting here. They gave us proper presentations, and thank you. The chief directors from different provinces, we are very happy that you are part of this program as well. Representative of organized labor, representative of organized business. I know now there's SNDF here. We must appreciate that SNDF is here. There's quite a lot that has been said about SNDF in this country. And one thing good that I can say today standing here is that their budget is going to be increased. I think that is it's a good one. Rand Water, you are protected. Your presence being here, you are protected. And I know you are going to make sure that there is water in Gauteng. I'm quite certain about that. The work that you are doing in these 4 days, you are going to complete it, and our people must have water. It's very important. Water is life. Without water, we are doomed. And we must stop this mafia that is starting to creep into our water sector. We are dealing with construction mafia now. We are having a new mafia developing in our water sector. We are going to deal with them as we are dealing with the construction mafia. But thanks to everyone who's part of us. The technical committee responsible for drafting the regulations, I've met them. They've done a wonderful job, very good job. Not someone from another country to say something bad is happening in South Africa. Something terrible is happening in that country. Something good is happening in this country and in this room. And we thank you very much for that work. And be able to follow up on the new trends and new things that are happening in the world. Some have said it very well here. Since I've joined the Department of Employment and Labor, it has been a great and interesting task and a journey, and the experience that I've seen and that I've been going through. I've been acutely aware of what are some levels of non-compliance with OHS by different sectors. In particular, the picture unrelentingly unchanging. This is a very pervasive across most sectors. Hence, the theme for today of this session is prioritizing construction health and safety. Why a country that is not complying, I must say that. As they have said, I have been doing inspections myself. In fact, I can safely say now, I'm one of the inspectors that you can rely on. You can rely on me, let alone the question that was asked, who's competent? Experience, qualifications, who determines who's competent? Let's leave it, but I can tell you, I'm an inspector of note that you can be happy to have to come and do inspection in your own backyard. But all we can say is that we're a country that needs to improve. Inspection must be in fact, compliance must be a culture. Compliance must be a religion. It must come natural. We shouldn't come to companies to do inspection all the time. At times, people must we can call it an in-house inspection, where you are able to do it yourself as a company because you understand the meaning of compliance. Compliance must be something that we live. If we are not complying in our business, I can assure you we are not complying at home. We don't buy grocery for your kids at home, that is enough. We are not buying your wife presents when it's Mother's Day or Women's Day. You are not buying your husband socks when it's, that's what they do to us. They only buy us socks and that's it. That's how painful it is to be a man. And then you have to be happy and accept these socks with a smile. And you've got other 15 pairs of socks. We are given another pair of socks which cost 150 after you've bought a serious present during Mother's Day and a Women's Day. So that's how life is. Life can be very unkind in many ways. But all I want to say is that we want us to improve when it comes to compliance. Compliance is the order of the day. If you are not complying, then it means we are compromising quite a number of people surrounding you. It can be the society at large, the public. It can be the workers that are working in that particular site. So we need to comply and make sure that compliance becomes a culture. We don't want to always come to you. I always say to the team, at a certain point in time, we want to find a situation where our inspectors go for the sake of just doing inspection, not because we're expecting that someone is not complying. But today, when we go and do inspections for compliance purposes, we will find that out of 100 companies that will inspect, 85 of them are not complying. 85 of them are not complying. That's the level of non-compliance. And it needs all of us. It must start with us to start making it a culture for us to comply. We're using advocacy as the department as our main pillar to make sure that there is compliance, but also we change how we've been doing things. Advocacy, we come to you, we assist you, we bring all of you in this one room, and we discuss issues. We try to capacitate you, to help you at no cost, because we don't want to use the stick. We use the carrot and stick approach. Advocacy is carrot, and then the stick approach is inspection. Once we come to your company, then it becomes a problem. We want to come to your company knowing very well that it's a matter of just making sure that everything is done properly, but we are not going to find any significant non-compliance issues. Even when we issue you with notices, it will be just notices that, of a lesser significance than notices that of grave crimes. So we would want us to get into that situation. That's why we always call all of you, because our advocacy pillar matters to us. We believe if we discuss things and we capacitate you, you will be able to do things on your own. Where you need us, on a one-on-one, our inspectors are readily available. Our team players are readily available to come to any company to help you to understand all these labor laws, all these regulations that we've put in place, and help you to build capacity. Because for us, it's also to protect you. It's also to protect you and make sure that those who are in these different sectors are protected. We are not just there to destroy you, because some of you think we're in a witch hunt agenda. We are not in a witch hunt agenda when we do inspections. We have to do inspections because you must comply. If you don't comply, what must we do? Law must take its course. We are busy currently amending, but also reforming our labor laws to bite a bit. A number of our labor laws, even OHS is being reformed. Quite a number of new things are being introduced. We wanted to bite even more, because quite a number of our labor laws were established around 1994 to 2002. Quite a number of things were not there by then. So now we're starting to accommodate this changing world and the changing world of construction. It is changing at a faster pace, and we must change as well, be up there and be able to deal with the new challenges that we see in the current world. So that's what we're busy doing. But all we want is for us to work together and make sure that where you've got challenges, as the department, at no cost, literally at no cost, will assist you. Maybe we must start thinking of bringing cost a bit. Maybe we'll start to see that it's important to have us assisting you. When it's free, people think it's not going to assist. It's going to assist them. You end up going to consultants and everywhere. They charge you a lot of money while they don't give you exactly what we need to see. I'm not saying don't go to consultants. I don't want consultants to say, look at this deputy minister, he's killing our business. Use consultants, they are necessary. I'm supporting you, consultants. Don't think I'm against you. But we're at no cost as the department. We're here to serve you. We're at your service at any given moment. The main focus of this seminar will be highlighting the key changes made in the draft construction regulations, which is currently out for public comments. This is precisely to give the public an opportunity to engage with the department and the critical stakeholders in the construction sector. It was said that construction sector is the most corrupt in the world. I didn't say it. I was happy to hear that politicians are no longer the most corrupt, but it's construction sector. They've taken up that space. That is on a lighter note. But on a serious note, we need to rid corruption out of construction sector. We need to rid it out. That's why we're dealing with the issue of the construction mafia aggressively. But there was a question that was raised here. The professionalization of the construction sector. We're told that anyone with a buggy can be, can have a construction company. You get into your buggy, then you go, you get documents, you get a tender, then you're now a serious business, a construction person. Anyone, myself, tomorrow I can wake up. Is that what we want in this sector? This sector must be credible. It must be a sector that is protected. This is a sector that is employing quite a number of people. In any country, if you don't protect construction sector, that country is doomed. It's the backbone of our country. So it must be protected. I agree with the professionalization of the sector. But when it comes to professionalization of it and professionalizing it, we must also work with everyone. We must take everyone with us, make sure that everybody understands what we seek to achieve. Everybody understand what he needs to do to be a part of the professionalizing of this sector. But it's the reality that the sector, honestly, you find anyone will wake up and you see them, they are wearing hard hats, they are on boots with their jeans, they are owning companies now. A thug that you know a criminal that you know tomorrow is a serious construction business, and they continue to bring their thuggish behavior in the sector. They continue to bring their thuggish. We must protect what is working for us. You must be jealous of your sector. Don't allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry. I'm sorry if there is Tom here, but you know what I'm trying to say. We shouldn't allow anyone. Let me leave names. It's going to put me in trouble. We shouldn't allow anyone who doesn't deserve to be in this sector to be part in this sector. And you find these people getting serious business. And what happens? It's exactly what was said here. Where we were told that the workmanship is compromised. The workmanship is compromised because the people who are owning these companies don't even understand what construction is about. They don't even have an idea what construction is about. The structural integrity of what they are doing is compromised. The public safety is compromised. The worker safety is compromised because we are dealing with someone who's there for profit and nothing else. Some are just there for profit and nothing else. We're not saying companies shouldn't make money. Yes, they must make profit, but their contribution in the sector must be meaningful. They must adhere with all these conditions and regulations that are in place. But these ones who are coming for profit, they don't care. They are not even here. They don't bother coming here. Because all they want is money. So I'm saying we must be jealous of construction sector. We must regulate it to a level where it's those who understand what it means to be in construction. They understand the sector very well. It should be those that we understand they are players in the sector. If we don't do that, we are going to have a sector that is going to collapse. According to Statistics South Africa, capital spending by state-owned enterprises and national, provincial, and local government continues to rise. The private sector is lagging behind. The state of infrastructure development spend they are seriously behind. However, private sector entities announced investment plans in 2024 with a total value of 95 billion rands. These included an 18 billion rands mixed-use development in Gauteng, a 4 billion rand investment by Volkswagen to upgrade its Kariga facility in Eastern Cape, and a new private university for the Western Cape, which is going to be developed. During the State of the Nation address and debate, government outlined a number of infrastructure projects that are underway across the country. These include projects in water and sanitation, human settlements, renewable energy, recreational heritage, and maritime infrastructure. They also include road rehabilitation, the refurbishing of state-owned buildings to attract investors, and upgrading health facilities. The challenge of construction mafia that the industry has faced for some years now is being tackled head-on by the South African Police Services. We are cleaning this industry. We are determined to clean this industry. What we have seen over the years should be something that all of us, we should frown on it. And as the state, we've got the responsibility to make sure that this industry is clean out of thugs. Because construction mafia is that's thuggish. Those are thugs. How do you demand that a business person who has received a tender of 100 million, and then you say, because there is this 30%, give us this 30%, we are not going to work, we'll leave. Just give us the amount for 30% and we'll leave you at peace. So who's going to do this 30% work? Who's going to do this 30% work? And then that company will collapse. That company will collapse. But we are very much aggressive on them. We have arrested quite a number of them. Others have gone to live with their grandparents as well because of their behavior. They wanted to confront the state. When you confront the state nowadays, the state confronts you directly back. And we recommend the state. You can't, that's how this country is. You can't pull a gun and point it to a police. What do you expect back? What kind of a country are we going to be when we allow such? When we tolerate such? Then we believe we can have a country. The state, if you pull a gun and direct it to a police should know what to do. Imagine if a person does that to me. In fact, if the person does it to a police, who am I? Let alone that I'm a deputy minister, but I'm like yourselves here. It starts there. And if we don't eradicate crime in this country, we won't go anywhere. It's a fact, and we must talk about it. Crime affects everyone. Doesn't affect any color. It affects all of us. And we must deal with it. Deal with it aggressively. Make sure that South Africans live happily and secured and safe. We must put money to fight crime. But we must have proper police. You must have proper leaders. Like us, we must be proper to you. We shouldn't do the wrong things, because if leaders do wrong things, it becomes a culture in the country. If you do wrong things in your family, as a man or as a mother, your children will do that. So it must start with us as well. We must be exemplary. We must not tolerate wrong things. If politicians are known to be corrupt, then it's wrong. And we can't hide it. We must stop being corrupt. Then the country will start to be clean. It's such things that we must deal with and be confrontational and be honest about them. But again, private sector must stop being corrupt. Private sector is also corrupt, highly corrupt, very, very corrupt. So all of us, we must just play our role. We are building a country. Remember, there is a generation that is coming after us. What kind of a country we want this generation to inherit? Are we building a country that will be better than the country we inherited? Are they going to inherit a better country? It might have been better to those who benefited before, but it was not better for the majority. We've got a responsibility now, all of us, to build a better country for all of us, not for the few. And it's our responsibility, all of us. It doesn't matter your skin color. Race doesn't matter on this one. Because it's our children that will suffer when we are not there, because we fail to do what we're supposed to do. We wanted to politic about everything. We wanted to close space for the few. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. I think we've got a responsibility. The SAPS Economic Infrastructure Task Team are making headways in dealing with the criminality. Last year, stakeholders attending the National Construction Summit on crime-free sites agreed to collaborate to address construction site disruptions. Some of the measures agreed on included enhanced security measures on sites, community engagement, and the development of emerging construction sector. Construction stoppages are on the decrease since these efforts commenced. The construction sector is a major source of employment. It accounted for the largest job increases between the second and the third quarter of last year. The first construction regulations was promulgated in 2003 and revised 11 years later. These are currently TUE Construction Regulations 2014. 11 years later, we promulgate the Draft Construction Regulations 2025. The objective is to continue enhancing and prioritizing health and safety in the construction sector. The key changes in the draft construction regulations includes the following: mandatory requirements for clients to provide pre-construction information, the appointment of construction health and safety manager, acceptance of electronic health and safety files, electronic, the big word. I know those big files. You know those big files where you go and buy them, not knowing that they are using a wrong company name. It's not your company name. When we come and do inspection, we show you, and then it becomes another issue. Acceptance of electronic health and safety files, revised construction work permit requirements, mandatory involvement of designer during excavation work. That's what was said. The 59. The story of the 59. And it's a bad story. It must be changed by all of us. It's a challenge, not only for them. I think it's for all of us. We must be deliberate about it. We must be deliberate about it. If we are not, we are going to suffer. Clients have the following obligation as well in terms of the law. The following are the obligations: to prepare a design risk assessment for an intended construction work project, to prepare a suitable, sufficient, documented, and coherent site-specific health and safety specification for the intended construction work based on the design risk assessment. To provide the designer with the health and safety specifications, to ensure that the designer takes the prepared health and safety specification into consideration during the design stage and produce a report. To ensure that the potential principal contractor has the necessary competencies and resources to carry out the construction work safely. The construction regulations require that before the contract is put out to tender, the designer must make the following available in a report to the client. All relevant health and safety information about the design of the relevant structure that may affect the pricing of the construction work. That's number one. Number two, the geotechnical science aspects where appropriate and the loading that the structure is designed to withstand. Very important. Very important. Don't want George to repeat. And must also inform the client in writing of any known or anticipated dangers or hazards relating to the construction work. And make available all relevant information required for the safe execution of the work and the design stage or when the design is altered. During investigation of incidents of structural collapse, such information or evidence is often not found because we are not complying to this. We are not compliant to this. And these must always be available. The 2025 Construction Health and Safety Seminar will focus on leveraging the elements of occupational health and safety system as set out in the promotional framework for Occupational Health and Safety Convention of 2006, number 187, and on strategies to strengthen national occupational health and safety systems to build resilience and to prepare and respond to the current crisis, and in the future also drawing on lessons learned and experiences from the world of work, both in the Republic and international. That's why we always bring international organizations like International Labour Organization to be with us. But also we always learn from other countries on how things are done. The International Labour Organization's Construction Health and Safety Manuals, the International Labour Organization Construction and Health and Safety Manuals encourages that those concerned with the design and planning of a construction project should receive training in safety and health and should integrate the safety and health of construction workers into the design and planning processes in accordance with the national laws, regulations, and practices. Care should be exercised by engineers, architects, and other professional persons not to include anything in the design which will necessitate the use of dangerous structural or other procedures or material hazardous to the health and safety which could be avoided by design modifications or by substitute of materials. Those designing buildings, structures, or other construction projects should take into account the safety matters associated with the maintenance and upkeep that could be hazardous. Program Director, our vision as the Department for the Construction Industry is to make sure that all stakeholders play their role. This ranges from clients, construction health and safety professionals, to contractors, designers, and engineers. This is very important for all of us to make sure that all of us, we do work together. And the vision of the department is to make sure that all these stakeholders play their role. If all of us, we can play our role, I can assure you, we'll have very little challenges in this sector if we can all play our roles. Let me also take this opportunity to recognize the immense contribution made by the following: the organized labor, our unions, the organized business, all of them, the health and safety practitioners, some amongst us here, clients in the construction industry, construction workers, very key, the backbone of the industry, the workers. Federated Employers Mutual, which is a FEM, Compensation Fund, and the Inspectorate in the department, and our capable inspectors. We appreciate the work that they always do every day. Even at times when you guys lock your gates, you don't allow them to come in and do inspection in your sites. They come in, find ways and means to come in, and you must stop doing that. Shouldn't lock your sites when we come to do our work. That's why our laws are being now changed and to bite more, so that we deal with you when you start to do that. We're a country of laws. If we don't abide, then it's a problem. We'll continue to keep our doors open as the department to our stakeholders and others in the request for improving occupational health and safety in the workplace. We're at your service at any given moment. In closing, I would like to remind us of the commitment made in the signing of the OHS Accord in October last year. Occupational health and safety continues to be the spotlight. Once promulgated, the regulations will play an important role in the prevention of occupational incidents and diseases in the construction sector. As a department, we subscribe to Vision Zero, and we believe that one death or injury or illness is one too many. The department is committed to the goal of zero injuries and diseases. We must protect our workers. We must make sure that when a worker or an employee goes to work, leaves his or her family to go to a construction site, we must guarantee them that they go back to their families in the afternoon alive. We must guarantee them that they go back to their families without a broken leg or a missing limb. It is our responsibility to do that. We must protect them. If they die, their families suffer. But no one must die because we didn't do what we're supposed to do. It's all about compliance. It's all about doing right. It was said here that we must do right. And doing right means we are complying. We must be compliant and protect these workers. Some of them, we know, they work in this construction site because it's where they get to feed their families. When they die, their families suffer. And it's hard work. He spoke about the culture in construction sites. It's quite a culture. The language used there, it will boggle your mind. And you must relax. Don't be stressed when you are there. If you've got a heart failure problem, don't go there. It's quite a very unique industry. So all I'm saying is that we must protect these workers. They matter. Shouldn't be like when you've got workers who are working in your site, they are non-starters, they are useless. You just, it's like they don't belong to you. They become your family. They are giving you money. Without them, you won't have money. Without them, you won't make profit. Without them, you won't be able to achieve what you seek to achieve. But let us employ South Africans first. Not saying don't employ others. We don't have jobs in our country. We have a challenge of unemployment. And we must prioritize South Africans. Yes, we can employ legal immigrants in our country. The legal ones. Let's not employ illegal people in our businesses. It's wrong. It's wrong to employ illegal people in our businesses. What we do now is that when we come and do inspection in your sites, and we find that you are employing illegal people in your site, we arrest them, we arrest you because you are committing a crime knowingly. You can never employ someone without knowing his or her documents. There is no way. We do it deliberately because we want to exploit them. We exploit illegal immigrants, and it's so wrong. They are human beings. Some of them, they go out of this country deliberately to fetch them, exploit them, and throw them away. That is inhumane. That is inhumane. But let's employ South Africans first, especially in these jobs where we don't need more of the skills that we don't have. In fact, scarce skills jobs, we know them. We know them. We need to deal with the issue of unemployment. If we don't deal with it, the country one day, our children will employ a country that will be burning because we failed to do what is right. How do we employ 300 illegal immigrants and then employ 15 South Africans, and then you say that is right? It's wrong, and we should stop it. We should stop it. The department is committed, as I've said, to the goal of zero injuries and diseases, we look forward to robust and constructive engagements today and ultimately to see improved compliance levels in the country, particularly in the high-risk sectors like the construction sector. I believe that is possible and worthwhile. It's possible, we can do it. Construction sector is a very high-risk sector or industry, and it's all in our hands to do that. It's all in our hands to do that. Allow me to conclude with the words of Paul McNulty when he said, I like this quote, and I quote, "If you think compliance is expensive, try non-compliance." I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I won't even dwell on what you have said. I think it's clear to everyone. But as and when, because I did put SACP on the spotlight with 59 building control officers, did you know that in South Africa we've got 278 municipalities, of which 226 is local municipalities? But the unfortunate thing is that we've got only 59 building control officers. And the unfortunate thing again is that building inspectors, the number I did confirm is 52 for the whole country, meaning that out of the 278 municipalities that we have, you can just subtract the numbers. There is a potential of more than 200 municipalities that do not have registered control building officers, building control officers, and building inspectors. Now, can you see the challenge that we have, ladies and gentlemen? Maybe our next blitz inspection should focus on municipalities. Having said that, we do have Tshwane municipality in our midst. And I have got a broken rim due to potholes. But again, in our midst, we've got University of Johannesburg, University of Pretoria, and University of South Africa, and Vaal University of Technology. And interestingly, as I was checking, we also have representation. Thank you, DM. I think I'm going to excuse you because you've got the next assignment. Thank you very much. One round of applause for the Deputy Minister's team as they are leaving. Thank you for gracing our occasion, sir. In our midst, we also have Reserve Bank. Look, thank you for the 25 basis point, but I think you can improve on that one. But these are stakeholders. We have taken your names, your emails. And ladies and gentlemen, please, let's understand each other. Why am I recognizing you? We're not intending to do inspection. We want to form partnership with you. Where possible, let us come and do the presentations that we are doing to your management as well. I think that is quite important. City of Tshwane, please, we want to engage with your management. The Department of Public Works, they are representative except those of SACP and SACPCMP, but the Department of Public Works is represented as well. The Department of Social Development is also represented. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is 12:46. Now, you will go and have lunch and be back at 13:30. Meaning that you've got just about 44 to 43 minutes to fulfill that important task. Please make sure that you have that green thingy, this one, dangling on your arm. You may have seen Mr. Klasse walking around here. And probably some of you are just wondering, Derek Klasse, tall white guy. He just walked slowly here. It's because there were people that were not supposed to be here. So we were just verifying and sorting that out. So make sure you've got this. The lunch will be when you go out of here, you will turn to your right and lunch will be served. I don't know how they are going to coordinate drinks for you, whether they are going to give you tickets, but They're giving them ticket at the door. So when you go out of the door, and this is quite important, you will be given a ticket. I don't know, yesterday it was a green ticket. Is it blue today? So you'll be given a ticket. That ticket is very important because I'm going to be invoiced based on that ticket. So if you do not take that ticket and you go and eat, again it becomes a challenge because the two are not going to tally. So the bands and the ticket and you going inside there must give us the same number so that I can argue for a discount. You know me, I argue for discount. We don't have money as government. So I must clap my hands for discount. When you come back after lunch at 13:30, I will not be chairing. Mr. Mohapi will be chairing. The reason being I'm conflicted in the next session when Mr. Ganasen is presenting, and then thereafter in question and answers, I'll have to answer questions. So somebody else has to chair for me to answer questions. So after lunch, I am an ordinary member like you. You will be in the capable hands of Mr. Mohapi. Thank you very much. Let us go for lunch.
Kabedin hapa
We will be starting in the next 5 minutes, so you don't have to live stream for now. In the next 5 minutes, we will be starting.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. They say we save the best for last. I'm not saying I'm better than my supervisor. I'm just saying he decided to save the best for last. But I'm not referring to myself. I'm referring to what is about to come, the reason why we are here. Being taken through the, it's not even changes, the new regulation, draft regulation that we intend to turn into a regulation. All the stages throughout the regulation to see where the changes are. You have already made your inputs. We are just here to confirm that your inputs are there. And the person who's going to do that is Mr. Hilton Gunnison, specialist explosives, more than 20 years in the department. There's a lot of experience there. I look at myself and I always remind inspectors who are joining us as youth to say, you might be the youngest now, and that thing stays in your mind until you are 50 years old to realize that actually I stopped being the youngest the very first year when after joining the department because someone younger came. And therefore, at the moment, I can't even say a young man. I will say a very handsome, intelligent, well-matured man who will come here and take us through these changes. We have lost a bit of time, but believe you me, those who are missing out, you are just fortunate that the director decided to buy you a bit of time because this is where the meat is. We're actually grilling it in the morning, just marinating and everything. Now, please, Mr. Gunnison, this crowd is yours. They are here because of you. You can take the stage. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Maapi. Good afternoon, everyone, again. As we indicated, we've got a graveyard shift. I'm going to try to be quick and brief as possible, but hopefully get the key elements out there. So I'm trusting my presentation is on the screen. Okay, perfect. I'm Yilton Ganesan, and I'm the chairperson for the technical committee. And I'm going to go into detail what's we revised on the draft construction regulations and explain exactly how we derived to the conclusions. So today what I'm going to cover briefly is your construction life cycle, the role of government in the construction sector, and then the draft construction regulations. The construction life cycle, it was mentioned in the morning as well by one of the presenters. It comes out of Section 20 of the CBE Act. It's a very important factor to note. What's your identification of work? So these are your 6 stages on the identification of work, and these are the stages that make reference to the different factors or different timelines within the construction site from start to end. So at any given time, when you're on site, you're going to be basically slotted in stages 1 to 6. And why this is important is because of the registration of categories that you guys may find yourselves in. And it was mentioned earlier on by the 2 of the councils that presented. You have a code of conduct, you have a scope of services, you're allowed to do stages 1, 2, and 3. Some of your categories does not allow you to do stages 1, 2, and 3, and so forth. So that's important to understand where you fit in. And when it comes to the councils, it was presented in the morning as well, the 6 councils, the one you can see on the right-hand, the left-hand side. Those are the 6 councils. And on the right, I've got 3 councils that's basically adopted, or they have a foster relationship with CBE, and they are important to note as well. They are SACPLAN, your environmental assessment practitioners, and your geometric council as well. So they also fall within the ambient of your built environment. It's important to understand that, but they just have a fostered relationship with CBE. I know some of you guys are registered with these councils as well. And then I'm not going to dwell much into the councils. It was explained much in the morning on their roles and so forth. What I want to highlight is the role of government, and that was quite expanded here, but I'm going to go into detail and very quickly just to overall view. So basically we have the trade and industry and competition. We normally used to call them DTI, your Department of Trade and Industry. Now, why this department is important? And it comes in use to some of you guys, but they are the custodian of the national building regulations. So any changes needed to be done on the NBR, it falls under DTI. I know we get a lot of requests coming to us as Labour, please amend the NBR. Guys, we do not amend the NBR. It's not within our scope. So they are in the process of amending the national building regulations, but just for information purposes, they fall under the DTI, together with your SANS code and SABS codes. It's independent from us. Obviously, we incorporate them in our legislation, but we are not basically the custodians of those technical committees that make the amendments. The other important government department is your Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and we mentioned CBE quite a lot in the morning. So CBE falls within that ambient. Then the councils, we dealt quite in depth with that from the morning as well. Those 6 councils and the 3 fostered councils, they fall within the ambient of Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And the CIDB, we did mention this organization as well, your Construction Industry Development Board. They fall within the ambient of the Department of Public Work and Infrastructure. So I just want to show you guys which organization fits where and the different roles of government. Then we have the local authority. The most important aspect, this is where the construction work starts. Your architect plan is sent to the local authority. Your building control officer approves or gives you the go-ahead and so forth. And also they are responsible for your occupancy certificate, very important certificate that you get at the end of your construction work. The items listed on the screen, A to G, those are some of the items that make up the occupancy certificate. It's part of their checklist, the approved plans, your completion certificate by your designer or engineer, gas installation certificate, electrical COC, and so forth. So I want you guys to understand their role and how important their role is in the construction industry as well. So that is why Mr. Mapa, the program director in the morning, highlighted the number of building control officers registered as well. Another department, and this also comes to news to some of you guys when I mention this department, but it's a very important department within the construction industry. It's your Department of Human Settlements. Now, the only time some of you guys might have heard of this department was on the George collapse. They did release a report, and why they come in the construction sector is because your National Home Builders Registration Council fall within their ambient. So understand which organization fits where in government. Then it's us, Department of Employment and Labor. I'm not going to go into detail into what we do. Our Deputy Minister also covered our key aspects. But what I want to cover here is we conduct incident investigations in terms of Section 31, 32, and 33. And those reports that we do are submitted to court, and they dealt with in terms of the Inquest Act and the Criminal Procedure Act. Now, this is where we wrap up all the reports from other government departments as well, compile a report and send it to court. So it's also like an explanation as to why we may take long to do reports, because we need to reference the other reports from the other government departments as well. So guys, that's just an overview to understand the other roles of the other government departments as well. So for today, the technical committee, this was mentioned quite often, technical committee. For reference, if you look at Construction Regulation 31, the formation of this committee is legislated. So we don't just make this committee and thumbs up who should be in the committee. We have to follow this regulation, Construction Regulation 31(1). And there's a whole list of items there who should be in the committee. And if you go through this, you can see it on the screen as well. It's quite specific. It indicates CBE, it indicates CIDB, it indicates employer, employee representation, consultants, and so forth. So what I want to highlight here, every one of your guys sitting here, your guys should be represented with one member in this technical committee, be it through an employer organization, employee organization, through the union, or through consultants, and so forth. So that is basically the formation of the technical committee. Now, when we go into the construction regulations, we made some key changes there, and we received quite a lot of comments. And from the comments, I know that you guys wanted more, but I'll explain why we couldn't go too detailed into changing much of the construction regulations. But one of the first changes we made in terms of the order of the construction regulation is your definitions. Now, when you look at definitions, agent currently means your competent person who acts as a representative for a client. That's your current legislation. And this has been giving us a bit of a headache or a problem, because this got interpreted as your professional construction health and safety agent registered with SACPCMP, and that was not the intention of the legislator at that time. So what that means was when you look at construction regulation 4 as well, you can have an agent on your site for a non-permit work. And that sort of got distorted because of the term. So what we did as a TC, we said, let's redefine the term agent to mean what it's basically interpreted at the moment. So under revised regulation, an agent will mean a professional construction health and safety agent registered with SACPCMP. Another definition that we had to tweak was your definition of client. Now, guys, these are some of just the technical errors that we experience in when we go to court and public prosecutor asks us all sorts of questions. It's like this definition here. Client currently means any person for whom construction work is performed. So we had to beef that up and include every person or entity, because you have, juristic person in terms of law and stuff like that. It becomes an issue. So we added the word entity and a person who enters into a contract, or even if someone is doing construction on behalf of someone. So we had to just be much more clear on the word of client. So that's your new definition of client. So a whole new definition altogether. This is not in your current construction regulation, is your construction health and safety manager. This was mentioned in the morning as well. So this is the guy that's registered with SACPCMP as your construction health and safety manager. Currently is not mentioned in the 2014 regulations at all. It does not feature anywhere there. So guys, also in terms of Law 101, if we include in this definition, you're going to find it in the regulation as well. So if it's defined here, we'll later make reference to it as well. Construction health and safety officer, not much here, is not defined in the current regulation. So in the draft regulation, this person is going to mean a person who's registered with SACPCMP as a construction health and safety officer. So construction vehicle, guys, we made a small change here. We needed to do this change because of challenges we're facing with road accidents and road traffic construction as well. So in a nutshell, what we added here was it's specific. The revised version is in the bottom. The top is your original or your current regulation. So the current one talks about a construction vehicle transporting people and stuff on and off a construction site. And that became a bit of a gray area on the Road Traffic Act, clashing with that act as well. So what we did was we made it specific, and it means a vehicle basically transporting people or material on a construction site. So it can include the road, but if it's demarked as a construction site, then it's much more clearer in terms of being technical and any court proceedings and so forth. So that is one of the small tweaks that we did there under construction vehicle. Contractor. So there's a small tweak we did here, and again we had to do this. Currently, contractor means any employer or means an employer. Now we get people coming to us and who's a one-man band or self-employed person, and they really challenge us and say technically they're not an employer if you're a one-man band. So we tweaked that as well, and we said a contractor means an employer, and it also includes an organization, and also includes a self-employed person. So that we had to do in terms of subcontractors coming in, and your very small contractors coming in during the duration of the project. So guys, I see some of you guys are writing. I know I'm a bit quick, but I'm going to put this presentation on our website as well. You guys will have it for you to look at as well. Design. Design, we tweaked this definition a little bit to include bills of quantities, the one you can see on the bottom with the underline. And design is also going to include specifications of articles or substances. This was mentioned in the morning as well, where the design is just not too specific on areas outside design work. So bills of quantity is going to be part of your design report. Specifications of articles or substances are going to be part of the design report as well. So obviously this is going to be directly related to the designer and the report that is required to do in terms of the regulation. So we added the term ergonomics. So guys, we didn't do much work here. It was just a copy and paste from your ergonomic regulation, and we put this under your definition. So why we had to do that, remember Construction Regulation 9, your risk assessment makes reference to taking into consideration the ergonomic factors. And the ergonomic regulation was promulgated after the construction regulation. So at the time in 2014, we never included this definition. So again, it's just a copy and paste. If you look at your ergonomic regulation, you're going to get the exact definition you see on the screen. Excavation work, this is left a bit open-ended at the moment, and it starts to get lots of double meanings. So what we did here, we said when you make reference to excavation work, it must be read with the definition of construction work. That's just to tie up the very broad definition currently when it comes to excavation work. So just the one at the underline is the change in the bottom. The health and safety file. So what we did here as a TC, and we have to go with the times, we have to make these changes, we included electronic health and safety file. So currently it's interpreted health and safety file, you mean physical health and safety file that you keep on site. So going forward, when the new draft comes into law, you guys are going to be able to keep an electronic health and safety file on site. So we are going to create some guidelines on that because we do see some hiccups coming along the way, but it's going to be allowed. Hiccups meaning that signal or the computer is going to give hassles and stuff like that. So we just need to tie up that loose ends. But in terms of going forward, it can be either a physical or electronic. So meaning if you can't keep it electronic, even in the rural area, if there's no signal, you're dependent on that, then you have to still keep a physical file. So that's one of the big changes that is going to go forward in terms of the new regulation. Another change we made in terms of the definition was on material hoist. So not much change here, guys. It was just a copy and paste from your lift, escalator, and passenger conveyor regulations. So again, we have a new lift, escalator, and passenger conveyor regulations, or not new, it was promulgated after the construction regulations. So it's just an alignment. So we don't want similar definitions or different definitions when we're making reference to the same thing. So just an alignment there that we did in terms of your material hoist definition. And you'll find it under your lift, escalator, and passenger conveyor regulations as well. Principal contractor, so we made reference to here is specifically the person appointed under Regulation 51K, basically appointed by the client. So remember the contractor was also defined as well, so we just had to create that alignment to be more specific in that area. Another definition that we revised was your professional engineer or professional certified engineer. So guys, it's not much of a revision here. So those of you guys who's familiar with the construction regulation, you know that this person feature under excavation work. When there's an issue to show a brace, then you need a report from a professional technologist or engineer. And the other area where this person is mentioned is in your suspended platforms. When you're using suspended platforms, you have to issue to us a certificate of system design signed by a professional engineer or technologist. So here the issue is that in those two regulations, it's making reference to a technologist, but the definition is not. So we just club them all together in terms of what the Engineering Profession Act means in terms of your professional registration, and it referenced correctly now to your excavation work technologist and your suspended platform person who needs to do your certificate system of design. So that was just a rearrangement that we did there. Provincial director, so this was just some cosmetic change. Us at the Department of Employment and Labor, we did have some restructuring or renaming of our titles. So the provincial director can also mean your chief director, provincial office as well. So again, guys, not much work here. If you look at your 2017 guideline, we just copied and pasted this into the draft regulation because it is currently in the 2017 guideline as well. A whole new definition that we included is the word project. Now again, as I mentioned earlier on, if we define in something here, you're going to find it later on. So under definition, we define project, and project means a project which includes or is intended to include construction work and includes all planning, design, management, or other work involved in a project until the end of the construction phase. So this is going to reference later on, but for reference purposes, you need to understand what it means now in terms of the word project. Another new definition we added was what we call a pre-construction information. Now this is a whole new definition that's not there. And this is basically information about the project, the planning and management of the project, and so forth. Guys, you know currently in the construction regulation, they say when the construction work is completed, you keep your health and safety file. Now what we realized as inspectors and even as consultants, that file sort of tends to go missing. If you're doing phase 2 or you're doing an addition or alteration and we ask for that file, we never find that file. But yet in the current construction regulation, it says that that file must be handed over to the client, and obviously the client must keep that file. So by making it legislated, obviously it will be taken more seriously. All your health and safety files must be kept, and it includes part of your pre-construction information, which need to be really available as well. Scaffolding, not much here. We try to align scaffolding to your SANS definition, and definition of scaffold and scaffolding are two different. So we use the component the system used to build a scaffold by touching on that component of the definition as well. Another definition that we just tweaked, and not much work from us as the TC here. What we did was we took the SANS definition and we included it in our definition. So guys, our intention is not to create double meanings with terms and items and making reference to stuff. We want, if it's a suspended platform, it's defined under your SANS code. It must obviously mean the same thing. So if you Google or if you've got the SANS code, you'll find this definition under your SANS code, and it's going to be the exact same definition under your construction regulations as well. The biggest change there is the ropes is now changed to steel cables, which is currently under your SANS code. I'm going to move over to scope. So we made some changes to the scope of the construction regulations because this is giving us a bit of a challenge now and again. So the first item is 2.1. So the construction regulations basically applicable to all persons involved in construction work for the duration of the project life cycle. So remember, we discussed the project life cycle. So it's going to be that applicable to that project life cycle. We also tweaked a bit on 2.2. So what we're saying 11.2. Now guys, if you know the construction regulations, 11.2 is talking about inspection of structures, where the owner must do inspections of the structure even after the construction work is done. So what we're saying here, 11.2 is applicable to owners of a structure for the future lifetime of the structure. So even if the construction work is completed, you still need to ensure that the building is safe. So that's going to be referenced under your scope. And then 2.3 is just an arrangement where that the client does not have your permit or your duties of a client applicable to them on a single-story dwelling. That's basically no change there. That's in the current regulation as well. So I'm going to move over to your construction work permit. So what we did here, I'm just going to flip over to the next one. So this exemption that you see on the screen, I'm sure you guys are fully aware of this exemption. And this exemption is still applicable, meaning that you're not following what's in your construction regulations, which talks about 13 million, talks about 180 days. That's not applicable. This exemption is the one that's applicable. And this exemption makes reference to 365 days. It makes reference to your CIDB grading 7 and so forth. So why I displayed this on the screen is because what we did was we incorporated this exemption into the draft regulation. So not much explanation there because the exemption has been applicable from 2018. So what you see on the screen under construction work permit is basically going to be the incorporated exemption into the new draft regulation. But another small change we added here, the one you can see in the bottom that's underlined C, you'll need to apply for a construction work permit if you are doing a construction work that exceeds 2 stories above ground level. So that's not in your construction regulation. So that's why it's highlighted in the bottom and underlined, because that's a new addition there. And another thing I have to highlight here on your construction work permit, it's all standalone items. So you'll see A, B, and C. It's O, it's no more and. It's O, and O. So it's independent items, meaning that the moment you're doing construction work over 365 days, you apply for the permit. Irrespective, 1 story, 2 stories, and so forth. Same with the B. The moment that you're doing construction work where the value is greater than a CIDB grading 7, irrespective, it can be even for 6 months, you apply for the permit. So that's also a big change there. We know we're going to get a lot more applications, but we had to do it for obvious reasons as well. So for those of you guys who don't know where the CIDB values come from, and that is why we had to do that basic introduction of the different roles that the government departments play. Your CIDB gradings get revised by the Department of Public Work and Infrastructure. And the last time it was revised was in 2019, where CIDB grading 7, as you can see on the screen there, it was 40 million rand, and it got benchmarked to 60 million rand. So what we did was we aligned this to your construction work permit. So what it essentially means was if the Department of Public Works revised this 60 million rand on CIDB grading 7 specifically to 80 million rand, automatically the construction regulations must be read in that way, which means that we don't have to go and change, issue a statement to say now permits are over 80 million rand. So that was the intention there from the TC. Your Annexure 2, guys, we made some small changes here. You know, you have to notify us for non-permit work in terms of the Annexure 2. And on the Annexure 2 requirements, there's reference to working at a height, if you're using explosives and so forth. We took out those conditions out. So what we're saying is, if you're doing construction work, no conditions attached, you notify us. Again, we know it's going to be a lot of work for us, but that's going to be the way forward. So why we did that was we get different explanations of working on height and so forth. So we just did away with that. What we're saying is the moment you're doing construction work, you notify us in the terms of Annexure 2 form. Another new component that we added was your construction regulation 4.3. Now this is a requirement of a client. Remember, the client never notifies us. When it comes to Annexure 2, it's your principal contractor that notifies us. When it comes to your permit work, it's your client that basically applies for a permit. So this is a new requirement now where the client have to notify us in terms of Annexure 2, and this is based on the CIDB Act on your register of projects. Now, register of projects, CIDB registers all projects greater than 20 million rand. And remember, we issue permits currently for any construction work that's above 60 million rand. So what it was brought to us as a TC that we need to close this gap. So what we indicated there, that the client will notify us on Annexure 2 if he meets the criteria to register his project in terms of the ROP with CIDB. Then he needs to notify us in terms of Section 18.1 of the CIDB Act, incorporated in the construction regulation in terms of Annexure 2. So that's a new change there. CR5, which is your duties of a client, we made a big change here, and a lot of comments coming in on this, and obviously we'll look at that. So the baseline risk assessment that's required to be done by the client is now going to be changed to your design risk assessment. That's going to be the requirement, and we want the designer to basically conduct an in-depth risk assessment on the design. So what we also realized, and with the inspectors going out as well, your baseline risk assessment is just a paper exercise covering your site from A to Z, and then it's basically exploded under your task-based risk assessment. So it's technically a copy and paste issue from your baseline, and then you explode it under your task-based. So we're trying to avoid that. What we said was your design risk assessment needs to be specific on your design risk assessment. When it comes to your task-based risk assessment, you've got CR9, which should take care of that as well. Now remember, if we're changing this, your risk assessment done by the client, then obviously your health and safety specifications going to change. It has to be in line with your design risk assessment. So again, not much change here on B, but obviously we had to align B with A. So that's one of the key changes that we made under the requirements of a client. So if you're an agent, you represent a client, that's obviously going to change for you in terms of your work. While we're still under duties of a client, this was mentioned in the morning as well. The designer must provide a written report based on the health and safety specifications. So this is currently in your guideline, but it's going to be on the regulation going forward. So it's on the draft. The one you can see on the top that's underlined, it's going to be included in the draft as well. Still on construction regulation 5, which is your duties of a client, is your principal contractors making adequate provisions for costing of health and safety. This was also mentioned in the morning before lunch by the Deputy Minister as well, taking into consideration health and safety measures. So what you can see on the screen with the brackets and underlined, we removed that. So this gives us a little bit of a challenge now because it indicates submitting tenders. So we do get contractors coming to us, but I'm not submitting a tender. So technically this regulation is not applicable to me. Just a technicality, guys. So what we did was we removed that. So what we're saying is going forward, all principal contractors, tender, not tender, you have to make adequate provisions for health and safety costing. In terms of construction regulation 5(1)I, also some small changes there. So the one that you can see underlined, the provider that, this is talking about cooperation between the contractors, which is the duty of the client. Not much work here, guys. It's already on your 2017 regulation. It's basically a copy and paste into the draft regulation, the underlined part there. While we're still on construction regulation 5, your duties of a client, we just made some cosmetic changes to here, where there's changes to your design, and the client must make sufficient information available. Again, that word sufficient tends to give us a bit of a challenge, so we took out that word and we said provide, sort of nothing to negotiate about. So just some cosmetic change there that we needed to tweak under design changes. CR 528, this is just a rearrangement of the regulation, but it's basically the same thing, where if the Department of Labor approves a body, it have to register, it have to be in the form of a government gazette. So that's your duties of a client. Those are the changes all we made in terms of the duties of a client. So when it comes to your principal contractor, not much change there. The only difference or the only change we made in terms of your principal contractor is the one you can see on the screen. You can have an electronic health and safety file on site. So plain and simple, not much change there in terms of principal contractor. In terms of appointments, now this is quite a complicated change we made, but I'm going to try to make it easy to understand. So your current 8.1, your construction manager, this was mentioned in the morning as well. Your current construction manager, which is a compulsory requirement, that appointment stays the same, no change at all. Now remember, your construction manager appointment also comes with a condition where you can also have an alternate construction manager. So guys, please do not confuse your alternate construction manager with your assistant construction manager. Not the same thing. So basically your 8.1 is going to stay the same. No change on your 8.1. Your 8.1B is now going to be your assistant construction manager. So just note that change going forward. And the new 8.2 that was mentioned by Mr. Mapaya as well, and we indicated that it's going to be a requirement, is your construction health and safety manager. This guy is nowhere featured in the current regulation. So his appointment is going to fall under 8.2. And remember, the chief inspector approved 3 categories: safety officer, construction health and safety agent, construction health and safety manager. So this guy is going to have his appointment done in terms of 8.2. So guys, big change there. And you have to note that this ties up with what SACPCMP presented in the morning. This guy's duties will fall under the contractor duties and not necessarily the client duties. 8.3, This is going to be a new 8.3 for your construction supervisor. So not much change here, guys. It's just a rearrangement of the 8. Remember, if we're changing your appointment structure, then it's going to get messy. And now your construction supervisor and assistant supervisor is going to be 8.3 and 8.3B. It's the same with your construction safety officer. So what you're going to see on the screen, exactly the same, no change there. It's just that 8.5 is now going to be your 8.4. I know it's going to be messy, but if we're changing the structure, it's going to have to change along the way as well. So your 8.5, this is very important as well. It's in your current regulation where the inspector can come out to your site and say you have an insufficient construction health and safety officers, and it can instruct you to appoint more. So this stays the same, but it can instruct you to appoint more health and safety officers and health and safety managers. So we just added the health and safety manager there because that component was added under the new 8.2. So that's appointments, guys. Those are the small changes there. A risk assessment. So not much change here. The only thing we did here was under your 9.7. So remember, if I'm making reference to 9.7, which means 9.1 to 6 stayed the same. No changes there. 9.7, we added a component of C and D. Now, C and D, why we added that was, this is when a contractor have to review the risk assessment. And what we find it currently is a problem for us is there's no timeline when you review the assessment. The legislation says, yes, review the assessment. If the construction project is 10 years and we as inspectors, we go to site and they tell us, okay, we're going to review the assessment every 2 years. There's nothing really we can do because it's self-regulated into, it's just saying review. So what we added there, we said, let's cap it. It should at least be reviewed, not exceeding 12 months. So this is obviously for very big projects that goes on for many years. They should review the risk assessment at least every 12 months. So those are some of the changes that we add there. And the change on C that's underlined is basically making reference to your monitoring and review plan, which must talk about your frequency of review, which is going to be 12 months. So obviously that will have to reflect those changes there as well. Another change we made was on excavation. Mr. Mapa indicated this in the morning as well. It's given us a bit of a hassle, the way it's currently written. And what we're going to do here, we're going to incorporate the duties of your designer, which is under CR6, into some elements here. So basically what CR 13.1 indicates is that a contractor must obviously evaluate the stability of the ground before excavation work begin. That's current requirement. It can be interpreted as too broad, but it is a requirement. So what we're saying in the new regulation that the contractor must evaluate the stability of the ground in accordance with CR 61C2, which is basically in a nutshell the designer's report or your geotechnical science report of the designer. So we're just tying that up. It looks complicated on screen, but essentially that's what it means. When you're evaluating the excavation work that needs to be done, it must obviously talk to the designer's report under CR6. So that's going to go end in end in terms of excavation work. So a small change here as well in terms of when there's any uncertainty on the stability of the soil, then what the current regulation indicates that you get a professional engineer or a professional technologist and in the form of a report must indicate why you shouldn't show a brace and so forth. That's in your current regulation. So what we're saying here is that that decision shouldn't come from that person. It should come from your designer who did the geotechnical report. That just makes more sense because the designer who did the geotechnical report is aware of the stability and the hazards and dangers associated with the soil. It's going to be more work for the contractor, but it had to be done in that fashion to get the good results or the right results in terms of your excavation work and the stability of that soil. Remember, South Africa got various different soil formalities. You can't build in dolomite areas, you can't build in certain wetland areas and stuff like that. And the contractor is not aware of that because the client gets the designer, he might have it in his report, but he doesn't necessarily show that to the contractor. So we're making that a must, that it must tie in with the basically your excavation work and the contractor that's doing the excavation work. So guys, in terms of excavation as well, we just removed a condition there. So what you see on the top is your current construction regulation 13.2D. which talks about shoring and bracing and loading on the construction site, and then it says that precautions must be taken, then you don't have to really shore or brace. So in that essence, so that's what it says. So what we're saying is we're going to remove that condition. So when we put these conditions, it's sort of a negotiation thing. So if we remove it, we make it a standalone item where you must do an item. So what it's going to read there is going to say that a contractor must ensure no load, material, plant, or equipment is placed or moved near the edge of an excavation work where it may cause the collapse. We're taking out the unless. So standalone item for you. Demolition work, we did some rearrangements here, not much rearrangements, just some changes here. So what demolition work indicates that you have to get a competent person to check the structural integrity before obviously doing the demolition work, and that competent person must determine in the method statement of how the demolition work is going to be done. So that's it basically in your current regulation. So what we're saying is that this competent person, we need to be more specific. So I'm just going to flip over, I'm going to come back to that one. So this is what's in the current regulation, that guy, competent person who does this assessment. And then under 14.2, what it says that the contractor must ensure a detailed structural engineering survey is done, carried out by a competent person. So that's currently in your current regulation. So what we're saying is if we go back into your 14.3, what we're saying is that during demolition work, the competent person is actually this guy, your 14.2. And your competent person, the way it's written now, is that person under 14.1, his duty is to supervise and control all demolition work on site. So what we're saying is 14.2, where it makes reference to the person that's doing your structural engineering survey, you have to be more involved in your demolition work. So we just swapped those two roles around from 14.1 to 14.2. So guys, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go detail into some other changes. So what you see on the screen is 14.6 and 14.7. We basically moved that to CR 27. So what that essentially means is 14.6 and 14.7, they're talking about chutes. Now when you look at those chutes, they're talking about general conditions, throwing dirt through the chute and so forth. So we moved that and put it under CR 27, which is under your general housekeeping items there. So just some cosmetic changes there, not much changes into any standing requirement. Still under construction regulation 14, these are just cosmetic changes that you see on the screen. It makes reference to your asbestos regulation 2001, which is no longer applicable. So we align that to your asbestos abatement regulation 2020. And under demolition work, they make reference to explosive regulation. That's the way it's written currently. So we changed that to say that it means explosive act and regulation, just to be more specific in terms of using explosives on a site. Scaffolding, over the years, you'll notice that this regulation keeps on getting smaller and smaller, and now it's gone just to one regulation. In the draft, it's just going to be a 16.1, and basically what it means that the SANS code needs to be incorporated. So nothing much here. The moment you're using scaffolding, SANS 10085 comes into play. Why we did that? Because if you look at your SANS 10085, it already talks about your appointment of your scaffolding erector, your team leader, scaffolding inspector, and so forth. Again, we don't want to overlap legislation. By we including our own component, then it's going to basically contradict what's on the SANS code. We don't want to do that. So scaffolding is just going to go in to make reference to your SANS 10085. So guys, for reference, there's a new SANS code out, 2024, in terms of scaffolding. I trust that you guys are using that on site. Rope access, not much change here. What we did here was, currently it says that all rope access operators must be competent and licensed to carry out the work. So we took out the word license, because obviously that's going to require more specification as to what's licensed. And then what it's going to mean on the draft is just competent. And then competent is going to make reference to the SANS code or what's applicable in terms of rope access operators. Cranes under Construction Regulation 2, not much change here. We aligned it to the new driven machinery regulations, 2015. Currently, we're making reference to your 1988 driven machinery regulations, so just some cosmetic changes there. Guys, I know my presentation is long. Just give me 5 minutes and I'll be done. Water environment. If you look at your Construction Regulation 26 under water environment, now this regulation, guys, for me to just put it in a nutshell, when you look at this regulation, if you read it on your act, it talks about preventing a person from falling, making provisions to rescue that person, providing that person with a life jacket. Now, if you guys in the construction industry, you know this all actually falls under your fall protection plan. So what we did was we aligned this whole water environment to include a fall protection plan. So we took away your 26.2 because we felt there was no need to spread that out when all can fall under your definition of a fall protection plan. CR 27, which is titled Housekeeping and General Safeguarding on Construction Site. Remember I said we move shoot, so we move shoot into year because this is just under general conditions. So you're going to find shoot under year. Not only when you're doing demolition work, but if you are doing demolition work, it's still going to be applicable. So under CR 27, you're going to find, we just had to rearrange this because we added those two legislations. So it's going to get messy, it's going to get realigned, but no structural changes in terms of the requirements, in terms of housekeeping and so forth. So this, guys, remember I said I'm going to email, or you guys are going to get this presentation. This slide basically shows you detail how we rearranged 14.6 and 14.7 into CR 27. So this you can obviously look at when you do get hold of this presentation. So in terms of our TC, and the TC members are here, I can see the chairs are here as well. The TC members are going to come up and going to be able to answer your questions as well. So in terms of the formation of the new TC going forward, we revised a little bit there. So the TC emphasized that the chairperson must be from the DEL. Currently, any person can be the chairperson of the construction TC. So they made it specific. And one person from SACPCMP must sit in the TC. Currently, the person on the TC was co-opted by the members. So some of the changes there. And the TC felt that they should increase the number of representatives. It should, from 2, it should change to 4, representing business and organized labor. And also a recommendation from the TC that we should have a person from a civil society organization, example persons with disability, to sit in that TC as well to represent those categories of people. Mr. Mapa mentioned approved inspection authority. So guys, in a nutshell, it was already explained. We removed this out completely. You're going to find it in the draft regulation. Mr. Mapa indicated why we did that. And my slide also explains why we did that as well. Construction, very vast, very difficult to get an AIA to say you're an AIA for construction. We tried to create a guideline. Even as a TC, we said, let's look at a specific component. Now, when you look at, for example, suspended platforms, it's still very difficult because you need a professional engineer or professional technologist, which is already legislated. So we cannot move that to an AIA. And as I indicated, that was explained, so that's removed under construction regulation as well. So in conclusion, the annexures, you guys are familiar with the annexures. Annexure 1 is application for construction work permit. Annexure 2 is notification of construction work. Annexure 3 is your medical fitness certificate. No changes on the annexures. The only changes was on your Annexure 2. Why we had to do the changes? Because remember we tweaked and we rearranged construction regulation 8. So obviously it must be referenced correctly when it comes to Annexure 2. Guys, that's it from me. Sorry for the very long presentation. I tried to go in detail. You will get this presentation and you can keep it for reference as well. Thank you, Program Director.
I don't know we're clapping because you loved what you heard. If you did love it, can you please give me a hand, give him a hand again? I saw someone is not clapping, doesn't like it. If you don't like it, also clap. Ladies and gentlemen, the team that is responsible for the work under the leadership of Mr. Gunnison is ready. I'm about to call it. I know most of the organization here, I've seen a couple, there's one name that stood up, Gospel, is it Gospel Concepts? Weber Wenzel, Diba, Transport Rail. Yes, it's a lot of you, but I tried. I'm going to call the TC members. Their seats are vacant so that they can see you. And we will be then taking questions. Both Mr. Gunnison is going to join them on the panel, and Mr. Mapa will be there as well. So I wanted to say ladies and gentlemen, but I think it's only gentlemen. Oh, now I see. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join me on the podium? And then as they do come, there are roving mics. We will, I'll probably get the second roving mic for the floor. Because we are streaming, I'll see how I'm going to organize this to ensure that at least they all appear on TV. Because with the roving mic, they might be out of shot, but we'll see how it works, and I'll check the people who are working on the streaming to what extent I can twist their arm with a roving mic. And then Mr. Mapaha, I think it's my chance to give you an instruction. You have always been giving instructions, so I can at least give you an instruction. I'm going to grab the roving mic, and then this one will be used by the panel.
So should I start commenting?
Yes, at this stage, I'll just ask Mr. Mapa to start commenting, and then shortly after that, at your end of your comment, you can just open for questions, and then I'll just start with the roving mic. Thanks very much.
Now, when we were growing up as young boys, now I'm going to affect your microphone. Hopefully it picks up now. If you had nothing to bring you fun, you go to an areas where there are bees, and then, you know, in a hole of a tree there will be bees there and all that. Now you can throw a stone there, and you can see who will run faster. So that's what I'm about to do now. I'm going to throw a stone so that we can have fun. But this is how I throw a stone. Major changes that I have seen in the regulation. One, are you aware that the definition of the agent, which I suppose you started with that one, it replaces the current way of understanding what an agent is? Because in the past we were saying, now let's understand each other. This is construction regulation, meaning that there's construction work happening or about to happen. The definition of an agent in the past, we were looking at anyone who can be an agent, and we were not focusing on the competency of that person that much. But now, when it says that definition, which was an agent, now is construction health and safety agent, it changes everything. We are aware of that one, ladies and gentlemen. It changes everything now in a sense that when it comes to health and safety, we are not looking for an engineer to submit the permit. Are we clear on that one? We are looking for a construction health and safety agent to be the one who's submitting the permit at the Department of Employment and Labor on behalf of the client. So in other words, we are saying, with respect to all other professions, we respect you, but this time when we talk construction health and safety permit, we want to talk to construction health and safety agents, and no longer a civil engineer, a project manager, and all that. We are not looking at those ones. That's how at least I understand it. I know I'm throwing a stone to the bees now, and I'm expecting a reaction on that. Now, fast forward, I'm looking at major changes. Then there is an issue of, in the past, we never recognized the construction health and safety manager. But now you will notice that 8.1, we are not saying, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, we are no longer saying construction manager. We're referring to the construction health and safety manager, or we need to distinguish between the two. I think that one is very, very important that we deliberate on, because there's a difference between the construction manager and the construction health and safety manager. Now, the 8.1 on site, who sometimes you call him a 16.2, I buy that. I agree with you. He can be a 16.2 because he's responsible for that side. He will be the one responsible now for appointing the construction health and safety manager. Do we have an understanding on that one? So because the two we need to differentiate. There's a construction manager of the project. There's also a construction health and safety manager. That is now the requirement into the regulation. I thought those are some of the areas that are like gray. How do we define that now? But judging by your reaction, the agent part where we are saying from now on is health and safety agent does not look like we have a problem there. The problem might arise with the construction health and safety manager. Now, that means, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, when an inspector of the Department of Labor goes on site, the first person that he must request for is the construction health and safety agent. Am I correct? In the absence of the construction health and safety agent, because it can happen, the construction manager must be there. In the absence of the construction manager, the construction health and safety manager must be there. If we understand that hierarchy, and if the department goes, there's no construction health and safety agent, there's no construction manager, but at least we've got a construction health and safety manager, or we don't want to go to the level of the officer. But I think we understand that hierarchy, and the new 8 construction management, which is the new regulation 8, I think we understand how it has been packaged. I will pause there because that makes me happy. I'm able to deal with notification, I'm able to deal with permits immediately, and therefore we are able to send inspectors to the right spot. Other than that, if we understand that management of sites of what the intention of the new regulation is, then I would say we are on board. And please, this is for public comment. If you feel that you are not comfortable with what I'm saying, raise your hand, let's debate it. That's how I'm invoking your thinking. Thank you very much. If they don't talk, it means I won't.
Thank you, Mr. Mapaha. Now we are going to open for questions. I'm just going to double check with the streaming whether I can remove this, but that will be addressed. I'm going to, as we open for the questions, what I'm going to request when you ask your questions, you state your names, organizations you are coming from, or the constituents you are representing, who is the question directed to. Please just cover those 3 areas to make life easy for the respondent. But as you fix your English to make sure that your question is not a thesis. Let it be a question, not a thesis, because they are not here to award PhDs. I'm going to request Mr. Gunnison to just introduce his team as the chairperson. And shortly after that, you can be ready with your question. I already saw one hand. But as soon as he's done, I'll be allowing you to raise your hands. Thanks.
Thank you, Ma'ape. So guys, as my presentation, Construction Regulation 31, the TC formation, not all of us could have been here. There's about 12 of us on team, but we've got a representative from each component. So on my right-hand side will be your left. We have SACPCMP, Mr. Kobus van Wijngaard is representing your guys. If you are registered with the council, is representing your guys in the TC. So if you've got questions, you can direct them to me or directly to SACPCMP. Then we have Mr. Fabian Buckley, is representing consultants and also training in terms of organization and soccer-related training, unit standards and stuff like that. I know you might have a competent person question. You can direct them directly to Mr. Buckley as well. We have Master Builders SA, Mr. Neil Enslan, is representing employers organization. So if you feel you're an employer and you're not adequately represented in the TC, is your guy. You can bring in any information, it will come to him. Then we have Mr. Sitambiso Sepatane, is from organized labor, is representing Bikawu, and he represents obviously the employees who's affiliated and organized labor, the employees on the ground. So if you guys got a question directly to him, you can obviously ask him. Then we have Mr. Joseph Komani. We mentioned CBE a lot of times, Council for Built Environment. Mr. Komani is representing that council. And obviously me as the chairperson, I'm from the Department of Employment and Labor. So guys, what I'm trying to say is here, whatever information you'll want to get through the TC, it should be able to come through one of the lines, basically. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gunnison. By way of hands, I've got 1, 2. Are you looking, Chief? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm looking this only for now. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These 2 rows, I only have 4 hands. Others are doing like this, so I assume that we are just thinking about it. So it's 4 this side, you saw them. I'll come this because I thought I'll have more questions, so I'll come this side. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll come later. Only those 10 hands.
Hi, I'm Leighton Bennett from Benris Consulting. I am an agent. The first thing, I'm very happy with the Annexure 1, having the agent listed there. On the Annexure 2, I suggest on the Annexure 2 that also the professional registration of the manager, or if it's a small project, the officer is actually listed on that. Those are the 2 things I'm suggesting, but I have another concern. Regularly, safety officers or safety managers in companies are writing specifications that are not really good, and as the contractors going into these sites, they're dealing with people that aren't registered, and that is an issue going forward. And I don't know what the response will be from the TC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Niels Norkier. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. Kindly acknowledged by Mr. Mapaha this morning. Thank you, sir. No questions, no problems. I would like to take the opportunity on behalf of SARS to actually compliment the Department of Employment and Labour and the technical team that amended these regulations. They are drafts. There's not a new set of regulations. What I like, or what SARS like about it, is it's taken the problems that has been picked up by industry and by the department over the years and just tweaked the regulations and made them better. Certainly, we as SARS have formed a technical committee. We are looking at it, and I believe that the comments that we will submit will be all positive. We pick up small little things, some definitions that's circular. It actually doesn't describe exactly what it's supposed to be, although it's referenced to SANS codes, etc. But overall, we would like to say well done, and we support and we're in favor of these regulations. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Azania Matlone Chibambe, and I'm a health and safety agent, and I work for Asanela Consulting and also an executive member for Beshiba. So I am in full support with the amendment that has happened, but then I feel that, firstly, thank you, Mr. Hilton, for allowing me to come and see you so we can engage further on the subject. However, like SACMPC has said, that they stand to protect the public and also us within the professional. But my question stands to say, who protects the actual inspectors with the abuse that they face on the ground? Because we get exposed to how they are being abused, how they're being mistreated. At which point will we then also regulate them within the SACMPC? Because 90% of the time they get a pushback because they're not recognized within the council. So at which point are we also going to make a room for them, so that, as we do with the building inspector? So that is basically my question, and I think it's quite critical that we do consider that to be also legislated, so that we can also protect them as they go out as the custodians of the same regulation that we have just clapped our hands for. Thank you.
Okay, as we go to the fourth question, remember just to indicate who are you directing your question to. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Daliwonga Makalima. I'm a safety officer from CSIR. I only have one question. I just want to find out what is the rationale behind having a construction health and safety officer that has to register with SACPCMP and does not have a legal responsibility in the Act. Are they not going to be taken for granted on site? I just want the rationale. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, geez, sorry. Dion Bester from the Master Builders Association, Western Cape. I don't have a long speech prepared. Just three small questions. First one to Mr. Ganesan and Mr. Mapaha. In the new proposed regulations, you talk about the construction work permit being displayed. In the Western Cape, that's not going to happen because we don't get permits. We get numbers, we don't actually get physical permits, and that's anybody from the Western Cape can answer that. So that's a problem. You've got 30 days. Could we please get our permits in 30 days? We get numbers, but we don't get documents, number one. Number two, in terms of the construction health and safety manager and officer, you use the word may. You don't use the word must like you did in the past with the officer. So if you could maybe just give us the rationale behind that, the may and the must. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Abraham Motsekgare. I'm from Transnet. Mr. Mapadi didn't acknowledge Transnet because we are doing good. That's the reason why. I have a question here with regard to the construction manager. Mr. Garnison, I know we had lengthy discussion with regard to this one, but let me pose my question like this. On a construction site, you have a health and safety officer who must be professionally registered. You also now clarified, and thank you very much for that one, the health and safety manager has a home now. Previously, it was a lost person. We didn't even know where to put this guy. Now, the safety manager is there, who must also be professional registered. But you are saying their manager must not be professional registered. The person who appoints them must not be professional registered. And in terms of accountability, who's more accountable on a construction site? The construction manager, who can always be appointed as a 16-2. I need clarification in that regard, that we mustn't leave this opportunity to close that gap. I propose that the construction health and safety, the construction manager must also be professionally registered. Number two, when we go to the construction health and safety manager, we are not clear when must this person be appointed. We are clear in terms of the safety officer. He can be appointed on a part-time basis on a construction site or on a full-time basis. Where there's a problem, the inspector decision will be decisive. It's clear, that one. But in terms of the safety manager, the reason why I'm asking this one, I don't want to be found wanting. Come to the construction site, you say, no, you must have a construction health and safety manager. But I'll say, no, you are not specifying when should I appoint this person. Each and every site, or what? Even the construction manager is clear where. But the health and safety manager, when must this person be appointed? He does have a home, but we don't know where to appoint him. Lastly, the baseline risk assessment, it falls away. I don't want to say it falls away. As a client, we were required to, or the client was required to do the baseline risk assessment. Now we are taking this role, we are giving it to the designer. If I understand you very well, when I develop health and safety specification, is more based in terms of the baseline that I've done on site. Now going forward, I'm going to base the spec on what? On the design risk assessment, or the one that has been done by the designer. I don't know. I need clarity on that. And let's be clear in terms of whose role is that to do the design risk assessment. Is it the agent role, or is it the designer's role? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Miles Budu. I came here wearing a different cap. I wear different caps. That is to keep me alive and kicking. I heard all the presentations, well prepared, well presented, and I won't be surprised if it was also downloaded from artificial intelligence. No, because nowadays technology is so advanced, you don't have to break your head. You just download the app and know how to use the app. But that is not what I wanted to say, in fact. I heard of voluntary association, and I think it is something that should have been done many, many years ago. And it must be an association that would have the combination of organized labor, captains of industry, those who have access to means of production, both black and white monopoly capitalists, and the community. And it must be a voluntary association that is not concocted, corrupted, and criminalized. It must be community-based, and government and private sector must invest in such structures. It will also assist letting our children that sit at home get full-time or part-time jobs to make sure that they influence our communities so that the communities deal with the construction mafia. Now, I heard also the minister talk very eloquently about the construction mafia, but I never heard any one of them talking about the dawn of the construction mafia, talking about the godfather of the construction mafia. Those are people who you don't see them on the side. They sit in their offices and they give instructions. The construction mafia is at the last value chain, okay? And you must have heard of the Costa Nostras. You must have heard of the Sicilians. You must have heard of the Zulu Nostras, the Xhosa Nostras, the Venda Nostras, and the Afrikaner Nostras. Those are the people that must be dealt with because they sit there and let the instructions go down, and then you get all the mafias in all the sectors. Finally, you see when we come here and we speak all this English and we don't go to where the cookie crumbles in our areas to sell what we are talking about here. Come here at Empress Palace, eat nice food, speak English and say nothing. We will have to make it clear to government and the private sector. Let's hold these events in our townships where really it is the belly of the beast and where the people live through a barrel of a gun and where only the strong survive. I thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Peter May from ESCOM. I'm a senior advisor. Peter May from ESCOM, senior advisor, occupational health and safety. I'm also an OSHA inspector, and we're doing OSHA inspections throughout the business. So, colleagues, what we found, and I want to understand the rationale behind removing Regulation 32 in terms of approved inspection authorities. Colleagues, that sort of that particular regulation sort of cover our employees, our contract employees, in terms of the health part of the construction work. What we found is within ESCOM, colleagues, we are currently building ash dam facilities. And obviously there's exposures in terms of stresses like crystalline silica. We talk about we're using yellow plant in terms of hazardous chemical agents specifically related to diesel particulate matter. Mr. Gannison, you didn't give me an indication of who's representing occupational hygiene on the panel, so I'm addressing this to you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Tato. I'm from the National Union of Mine Workers as a health and safety practitioner. Let me first say thank you, Mr. Mapa, for engaging with the Department of Education for making health and safety compulsory at that level. Thank you so much, and we support that. Number two, we have a mining sector, we have construction sector in the country. Now, here's the issue. You have construction work within the mining sector because construction cuts across, be it in the energy, be it in the metal, be it in the mining. But there is no way in the legislation where I think there is a gap where we need to fill it to say construction, the definition of construction work must cover the mining sector, the metal sector, the energy sector, so that whatever the work or the construction work that is happening within the mining sector, it is covered within the legislative. That is number two. Number three, I saw the I want to put it correctly. Equally, I don't want to write a thesis, but I want to be short on this one. What is this? The health and safety officers within the workplace and the managers within the workplace. I see a gap because we are saying the inspector, when inspector comes to do inspection, therefore the inspector from his or her own opinion will then decide on on whether it is enough to have the health and safety officers or it is enough to have health and safety managers. But what is important is we need to have something that guide us to have enough health and safety officers or managers within the workplace. I don't know if it's clear.
Thank you. You said 10 program director. Oh, so I've counted 10. So let's stick by the rules so that we can push back now. If this was a scrum, you can see what is in front of you. We will be winning. You are not winning so far, and I'm going to take you slowly. Can I request that we project what I have in my computer rather than my face? That way, we're going to take you slowly. We are not in a hurry. We know it's Friday the 30th. South Africa always has a weekend special. But let's focus. Now, I'm going to deal with the issue of the agent. As asked by the first person to speak was, I forgot the name. It was Mr. Leighton Bennett, as well as Mr. Motsehari, because they touched on the same thing. I don't know whether you have got fights on site, but it was to be expected. We at the Department of Employment and Labor, we are limited to regulate health and safety professionals. Can I just clear that one? So we can only regulate health and safety professional. Why? The construction regulation is a regulation under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Do you see that? And then if you read the mandate of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, we cannot divert from that mandate and include something else that is outside what the preamble of the Act saying. So we start there. So number one, Occupational Health and Safety Act, which reads to provide for, you know that part, health and safety of persons at work, health and safety of persons in connection with the use of machinery, health and safety of persons affected by the actions of persons at work. You remember those three preambles. So everything must be from that side. Now, that is the Act. Now, number two, we've got the regulation. The regulation that we are dealing with now is called what? Construction regulation. Are we together? I was surprised when booking this place. The manager called me and said, you need to sign a mandatory and a form that had construction regulation 2003. And I said to the manager, talking to Mr. Gannasen, where is construction work happening between me and you? Do you understand? Now, because of the lack of areas that needs to be regulated, people feel that it is good that we employ the construction regulation even when they are not on site. Are we together? Now, the construction manager you are referring to, I cannot regulate the construction manager under 8.1. However, now I'll clarify it for you because it's right there in front of you, 8.1. I cannot regulate the construction manager whether he must be registered or not. And I know whoever want me to do that inspection. And I really want to do that inspection as well. But legally, my hands are tied. It is overreaching for me to go on site and say, who's the construction manager, who's the project manager, are you registered with SACPCMP? I'd love to do that. But am I still acting within the scope of occupational health and safety and the construction regulation? No, I'm overreaching legally if I start doing that. Because if I do that to the construction manager, who's next? It will be the civil engineer, it will be the what engineer, and the what engineer. And I can't do that. So what do I do now when I find a construction health and safety manager on site? I'm going to read what the regulations say. The regulations say, principal contractor must in writing appoint one full-time competent person as the construction manager. Then I'm going to pause there. What does the definition of competent person say? It says knowledge, training, experience, and qualifications where applicable. It means my limitation with the construction manager is only on these 4 aspects. However, I have got an obligation to SACPCMP as the statutory body of saying I have went to construction XYZ, the construction manager is not registered. I can do that, but can I issue a notice, a contravention notice? Can I change my regulation to say he must be registered? No, I can't, Mr. Mutsigari. I can't. It is called, we are overreaching as an arm of government. We don't do as we please. We have to walk within our lane as well as construction, health and safety inspectors. And I think by that comment on its own, I'm answering somebody who says, who's going to speak for inspectors? Inspectors are referee in the game. They are not the players. Therefore, they cannot be registered with, if they want, they can register with SACPCMP, but that has no bearing on their professional capacity. What needs to happen is that the inspectors, they are appointed by the chief inspector sitting over there, having assessed their competency. Maybe one day we will have our own body that focuses on inspector only. That can happen. Internally, what we have now is adequate. Why? Because there are minimum requirements for an inspector who's going to conduct construction health and safety inspection in terms of qualification and experience. We do not just take a matriculant to go and do those inspections. And if you want us to go through the minimum requirement, we can do that, but we'll be just wasting your time. So it is important that you understand that we are not players in the game. We are referees of that game that you are playing. So we cannot register at the same, imagine if I'm competing in the same registration. Let's make it clear. Let's say I register as a construction health and safety agent, right? Are we together? And you are a construction health and safety agent on a business that I wanted. Can you see now? Now I'm coming to inspect the site. Remember, I wanted that business. I didn't get it, you got it. Now I'm coming to inspect you now. What do you think I'm going to do? Will I be rational? Of course no. So once we become players in the game, then we won't referee it properly. So I want you to understand it from that concept. Designing legislation is not easy at all because you want it to fit everyone, but everyone has got their different character and their different sizes. So you must come up with something that sort of covers everyone. And I'm going to Abraham Mutsigari again. You are raising important questions. You mentioned that we have used the word may. Actually, it's Dion Bester from Western Cape. We have used the word may, and in some instances we did not use the word must where we were supposed to. I agree and disagree with you, and I will clarify why. Imagine if I was to go, if let's say we change, let's see, 8 what? Is it 8.5? 8.5. Is it 8.2? 8.2. 8.2, I hope you can see it there. I've made it a little bit bigger. A principal contractor may, upon having considered the size of the project, in writing, appoint one or more construction health and safety managers. In writing, may, that is the bone of contention. Imagine if I was to insist on that, on a bucky builder who is we just do renovations of bathrooms. You know, there are those who specialize in bathrooms and plumbing. And I said, you must have a construction health and safety manager. I probably would have killed the business of that person. Don't you agree? But if I use the word may, it allows me to distinguish between the one who must have and the one who may have. Why is that so when we craft legislation? One of the things that this legislation is going to go through, it must be tested, and that is done at the presidency. They do what we call a social impact study. In the social impact study, they are going to determine if this regulation will escalate cost in the construction industry by more than 7.5%. So that is the cap. If we exceed that, or there's a proof that a bucky builder is going to incur more than 7.5% of his income based on this regulation, then this regulation won't be accepted. You see how it works? So I need to balance it in such a way that the bucky builder does not suffer, but at the same time, I can go to a big multi-million rand company and be able to enforce it. Or, without even looking at the levels of the company, we can take an approach that is risk-based in terms of what we enforce. There are smaller companies, but that are very dangerous. So to them, I won't say may, I will say must when I'm enforcing. Hence now, coming to you, Abraham, again, the opinion of an inspector when he goes on site to say the reason why I decided to enforce 8.2 was risk-based, because we need a construction health and safety manager who will take care of the site. How do we need a construction health and safety manager? SACPCMP has got a scope of service that we expect from that construction manager. So that's why you will see words like may, where in the past maybe it was must, because we realize that it may have a negative or a positive impact. That's where now we need a human being, not an AI, a human being who will verify the information, and having verified the information, apply his mind as a professional. Once you are given an inspector's card as an appointment, hence you can stand in a court of law. You are a professional, and hence they are not given to everyone or everybody. There are qualifications. There's a stringent process for one to become an inspector. That's why you don't get hired today in the Department of Labor with all the experience and then tomorrow you have a card. You must at least minimum go for a period of 6 months and provide us inspections that will be able to say, now this person is ready to be an inspector. In the past, when we started, I remember 1996, 2 years of doing inspection without being an inspector. Only then you were recognized as an inspector. So that is quite critical, ladies and gentlemen, to understand. So when we say an opinion of an inspector, and just to put you at rest, if an inspector uses his opinion to issue a notice, they've got an obligation, number one, to report the matter to the principal inspector. So somebody higher, the principal inspector will report to an OHS specialist. And eventually such statistics will have to go to Mr. Garnison and myself in head office, because there was a need for an opinion to be used. Remember, if an opinion gets to be used, we must be able to defend it in a court of law. And if you are not happy with the inspector's opinions, what do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Section 34. You appeal against any action of an inspector. And we've got 60 days to evaluate that and give you the answer. And we have in the past, in fact, 90% of those appeals, they get turned down. But of course, we give you a legal explanation. There is a 10% that slips through, and we feel that, look, the employer is right, and we must take the decision of the employer and redo the inspection by another inspector. That does happen, ladies and gentlemen. Then I will go to Construction Health and Safety Officer from Daliwonga, CSIR. Hi, Dali. Nanawe, I think we need to sit down after this one. I think we need to sit down. Gentlemen, help me. Is it 8.5? Let's read 8.5. 8.5 says, where the contractor has not appointed an employee as contemplated in sub 8.2 and 4, or 4, in the opinion of an inspector, a sufficient number of construction health and safety. No, I think I need 4. 4. Is it not 4? It's 4. A contractor may, after consultation with the client and having considered the size of the project, the degree of danger likely to be encountered, or the accumulation of hazard or risk on site, appoint a full-time or part-time construction health and safety officer in writing. Now, this is where it comes in. To assist in the control of all health and safety related aspects on site. To me, that is a legal obligation. If you fail to do that one, we can recommend prosecution against you. So I wouldn't say that they don't have legal obligations. They do have. Why? The scope of services with SACPCMP. It will specify everything. When an incident happened, by the way, when we are cross-examining you, we don't cross-examine you based on the regulation only. No, we go to the scope of services as articulated by SACPCMP. We read it like I'm reading it out now, that you are supposed to do 1, did you do it? You are supposed to do 2, did you do it? So as a registered professional, you do have obligations in a construction site. That way, to assist in the control of all health and safety related aspects on site, it means you can be left on site to monitor everything if the construction health and safety manager is there, and you've got the obligation to immediately report if there's something that has happened on site. So it is not really true. We can get a legal opinion if you think that is on this one, but I do not think that the construction health and safety officer has no obligation. They do, and the reason why we left it as a may, I think I've already explained. That you cannot go to a Baki builder and say, have a health and safety officer now. No, they can have a part-time health and safety officer who do the assessment and stuff and give it to them and monitor from a distance or as and when they are needed. Because there are a lot of SMMEs that are in the construction industry. You don't want their businesses to be hamstrung. Imagine if I was to go to an SMME and say, you need to have a construction health and safety manager, you need to have a construction health and safety officer. The 50% of the income is going to go to these people of that Baki builder. So they are not going to make it. So you need to craft a regulation that allows for that. But there are companies that must have construction health and safety officers. Baseline risk assessment from Abraham Mutsehari. I'm going to make this short for you. The reason why today we sit with construction incident, one of the reasons why we sit with construction incident is because at the design phase or the concept stage, or what you'll call stage 1, SACPCMP, we did not include a health and safety professional. And as things stand, the health and safety professionals that can be included is the construction health and safety agent. So I put it to you, Mr. Mutsehari, Transnet, I'm happy you're here, that the baseline risk assessment, I don't care who do it, as long as I see the signature of the construction health and safety agent on it, that he's bound by it, I know for a fact that it's not like construction health and safety agent, they write everything that is there, isn't it? I'm talking about the realistic world. So it can have been done by somebody who specialized in baseline risk assessment, but the signature that I want is that of a construction health and safety agent, because he's responsible for it. And the next signature that I want is that of the contractor, to say that he knows about it and he has taken it into consideration. And I'll even be happier when I see that the designer has put a signature and he has taken into consideration the baseline risk assessment when doing his design. So we have not done away with the baseline risk assessment. It falls under the construction health and safety agent. It is the responsibility of the client. I told you, you are pushing, but so far, I haven't called the ones that are behind me to push. And trust me, they will push. Oh, let me address Mr. Miles Bodu. I had a chat with Mr. Miles Bodu earlier on. Although this is outside what we are doing today, but I think it requires attention that I also address him and other people. What I said to Mr. Miles Bodu earlier on was that one thing that I cannot do for the industry, because I'm sitting in government as a referee, I cannot do this part, but I wish the construction industry can do it for itself, is to have a single voice from voluntary associations themselves. The challenge that we have is that I will recognize voluntary associations, and I get the cue from SACPCMP as well, because they recognize voluntary associations. I will recognize voluntary associations, but that does not necessarily mean those VAs, as we call them, they are representing the voice of everyone. And I would like a situation whereby if VAs, they can have somewhere, I don't know how, but somewhere where you can meet and advance a particular cause. Let me give you a simple cause, for example. The issue of a construction health, the issue of a construction manager, I'm unable to enforce it, but it does not mean that SACPCMP, EXA may not be able to enforce that. Somewhere, somehow, if we look at the legislation, we can come up with ways of enforcing that. But such push must come from the voluntary associations, because I can imagine what happened with construction managers when they realize that they don't have to be penalized by a labor inspector who comes in there for not registering, but it's only the construction health and safety manager who will be penalized for that. I can just imagine what happens on site. I would like to see a bit of a change there, but I can only get that from the voluntary association. From the voluntary associations, we can get to understand what is really happening on the ground, which we may not be privy of. So I put it to you as the industry that you need to speak from one voice at some stage. You speak a lot from different voices. Understand, you are running business. There's no doubt about it. As much as you are running health and safety, you are saving people's life, but you are running businesses as voluntary associations, some of them. Some of them are NGOs and NPOs. And I'm saying, find a platform. And if you want me to create that platform, I think I can speak to the powers that be to invite voluntary association under one roof. We can speak and we can have a common goal or a common approach. Even if it was to mean that you have a structure that we can recognize with its own EXCO or something, whereby when you speak, we know that this structure represents all VAs. I think it will have a stronger voice, because that is the element of civil society, which in my opinion might be missing. Have I not responded to, if I have not responded to anything, and if anyone wants to, approved inspection authority. Who asked about approved inspection authorities? ESCOM, Peter, ne? Yeah, thank you. Now, I'm going to approach this from this angle, Peter. The challenge that we have in the construction industry is to read the construction regulations and the act only. And we think, no, we are done. No. All the regulations are applicable in the construction side. So when I say we don't have construction AIAs, it does not mean that AIAs from health and hygiene, they're sitting over there. The lady and gentleman, I introduced them. They are fully applicable in such a way that if we want an AIA, be it in asbestos, in whatever field, is still applicable on site. Maybe I need to clarify that. all AIAs, even if it's an electrical installation, remember when you go on site, we have to have a COC before you establish a site, isn't it? For connecting from the municipality and to you in there. We need an AIA in electrical installation as well. So when I say AIA have been removed, I'm not saying in the construction industry, I'm just saying in the regulation. And I can clarify why we did that. In our debate, and again, this is where we take matters to the state law as well as for social impact study. We are observant of not wanting to overburden the industry. We think the obligation that we have put in the industry of a construction health and safety agent, the construction health and safety manager, the construction health and safety officer, for now that suffices. If we add the need of an AIA, we are basically going to be taking or duplicating the same function that the construction health and safety agent is supposed to do. So hence that part in the construction area, we have limited it, we are not saying much about it. Should a need arise, what I foresee coming is to identify construction health and safety agent as AIAs. Now, how does that happen? Let me explain. Remember, approved inspections authority were meant for the purpose and utilization by the chief inspector where the department cannot reach, to get an independent a professional who's going to give an opinion to the chief inspector. If, for example, the chief inspector was to say to me tomorrow, I have concern about construction incident, I'm going to say, let's look at the construction health and safety agents. Remember, these are professional, PR, that we have, who can independently investigate this incident together with the role of the department, if maybe we've played a role in the incident. Do you understand? So so the people who can do that role of the AIA, they are already there. It's just that we don't identify them as AIAs. But in the construction industry, I want to emphasize again, all relevant AIAs are still applicable from various types of regulations. If we are going to talk health and hygiene, lung function tests, and so forth, it's fully applicable in those medical reports, and you may need an AIA to do that. So there are inspectors that specialize in doing health and hygiene inspection in the construction sector. So that we are not wiping it away. I hope I've satisfied that one. NUM. NUM, you have made a very, very good comment. The one for health and safety in primary education, I've already had an interaction with the gentleman from education who's here, so we are going to take it outside. But I think as the Department of Labor, together with the Ministry of Primary Education, we can go a long way into introducing health and safety as part of the curriculum in some of their subjects. What do they call it? It's called life orientation or health science or something. I think we can go in a long way. I've given an example about myself in terms of health and safety culture in South Africa and when I was outside there. Now that we are online, I won't say it. But I realized that our health and safety culture was not on par with other countries, and we need to introduce that at primary education. However, you made a comment about construction work being in a mining environment. That's a very, very interesting one. Outright, did you know that the construction regulation may or may not be applicable in a mining environment, even if they are building? Let me explain how. The Mine Health and Safety Act, it incorporates the Occupational Health and Safety Act, and therefore the construction regulation. So meaning that they have to follow the construction health and safety regulation in the mine. But I, as an inspector, I cannot go into a mining area and issue a prohibition notice or a contravention notice. I can't. However, because we've got an MOU as government department with them, the Department of Minerals in particular, I can go and give you a notice under the supervision of a mine health and safety inspector. So I can still put a contravention and even a prosecution against you, but I will be doing that under the auspices of a mine health and safety inspector. Now, we have a challenge there because sometimes a construction site can happen in a mine which falls outside of our radar and we do not pick it up. But more often we do pick up construction sites in a mining environment because remember, we've got labor relations inspectors and BCA inspectors who do inform us that there is a construction site at a particular mine X, Y, and Z. If you should know, we've got 2,450 inspectors on the ground, of which 750 are occupational health and safety. So we do get now and then that feedback that there is a site, but more often it does not even reach that because the construction industry people, when they want protection, they quickly run to me to say the mining guys are giving me a problem. They don't want 1, 2, 3 because they are more stringent, I know. They kick you out of sight and now I have to be the referee in the game. So now and then it does happen. So there is an element of May there, NUM, which we have to observe, but we've got working relations with the Department of Minerals to conduct such inspection. We do conduct joint inspections where necessary. Me in particular, I've conducted several inspections in the area of Rustenburg. And I know Lucia Ramusi, she was here, she is here. She has conducted inspections in Limpopo areas in a mining environment. So we do that. So have I covered everything or you want to push further? No. We need a bomb squad now. We need a bomb squad. There were questions that were left here. Over to you, Chairperson. CBE on V8.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I wanted to address the concern that voluntary associations should include social partners. And as Council for the Built Environment, we do have what you call collaborative forums, where we bring on the role players, including the public, because our job also is for public protection. And they are held every quarter. There'll be one, I think I forgot the date, but in July, where everybody is brought into one room to discuss anything related to the built environment. So if you're interested, let's meet and I can invite you to that collaborative forums. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to the next last round of questions. Before that, there are online questions. Majority of them have already been answered here, but we have resolved that the remainder will be answered online, and some of our colleagues have assisted there. Mr. Warren, I've seen you have done some responses there. So I won't now be reading out the ones online because they are mostly repeats, but some of them will just manage time so that I can deal with the hands on the floor. So, okay, I've got one, the pink, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You are number 7, Chief. My request is this. Please, one question. If you answer more than one, we'll accept it. You just won't get the answer. You will then contact us afterwards so that we can give you your answer. If you answer one, I'll push back so that it gets answered. It will be answered your SA, but we'll just need more time. Thanks very much.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Zukiswam Kyokolo. I'm the specialist construction safety at Northwest University. Mine is just simple. I just want to raise a concern, maybe if we can look at Annexure 2, CR4, to look at the citation there, because we're talking about construction health and safety supervisor, and we cited as CR81, and also the assistant as CR82, of which the regulation it's 87 and 88. Can we look at that? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Manuel De Silva. I'm from IQ Skills Compliance. Mr. Ganesan, well done with your technical team. After 9 years of being a safety manager registered with SACP, I finally feel that I'm not a safety officer any longer when I go to site. So thank you very much for that approval. On another note, Mr. Buxley, I'd like to present you with a question. We all are aware that the training in the country has gone for a, I'm not going to say it, but anyway. And under the SACPCMP and now the QCTO recently, all of the unit standards that we previously had are of non-existence. Some of them have been amended until 2027, but still they are of non-existence. You cannot gain points for those things under your NQFs. Now the question arises is with scaffolding. Everybody forgets about scaffolding, and yet it's one of the most dangerous things on the site. And under the old regulations, or the old SANS 10085-1 2004, Section 16 made reference to all forms of training regarding your team leader, your inspector, your erector, and so forth. The new SANS 10085-1 2024, Section 16 has been omitted, so there's no training, except the request for a inspector, of which he or she has to issue out a notification of completion of the scaffold, which gets given then to the user. How are we as service providers in training going to be able to address that matter when there's no unit standards for this type of training?
Good afternoon. My name is Vose. I work for the company that is called National Transmission Company South Africa, NTSA. Just two questions. The first one, in terms of, yeah, okay, it's one, it's fine, but yeah. In terms of the CR84, as in the draft, is it not possible that it also get written as also the CR82? Because the CR82 does indicate that after consideration in terms of the construction health and safety manager, you may appoint more for different sections. Is it not possible that for the officers as well, it also reflects as such, other than the CRC, to rely on the CR85, that it will be on the powers of the inspector to instruct us to do so? It gives us some ammunition, Mr. Mapayo, in terms of saying cost, that from the client point of view, we may also, after consultation, instruct a specific contractor, to have more than health and safety officer. The last one, can the issue of alternate construction manager be clarified? Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thabo Mabadi. I'm from the Central University of Technology in the Free State. Firstly, I would like to start by applauding the idea of incorporating health and safety into the basic education. Because I think it's not right that we only got to be aware of some of the things in terms of emergency procedures. I think they should also incorporate it into further into management systems as well in the basic education. Secondly, I think it's a suggestion as well, following up on the first suggestion that was made, whereby in terms of, we spoke a lot about competency today. I think for verification and in terms of enforcement, because we, in our regulation, construction regulation, we refer a lot in terms of, we say competent person. So I think we need to specify, especially in terms of when it comes to the development of safety files and like safety plans and compiling of the safety file. I think because in terms of construction regulation 7, we only speak of a competent person. I think we need to add as well a professional registration into that and the level in terms of maybe how the project is, who should be compiling and developing those health and safety documents. Because I think with us, the client as well, when we evaluate, we face a lot of issues because they are compiled very poorly. And the project delay in terms of commencing. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Cindy Gwenaite again from SACPCMP. Mr. Mapaha, you said something in your preamble in the very beginning, and I felt like you dropped the mic and you walked away from the issue of BCOs and BIs. And it's on that I am springing off. I'm using it as a springboard for your discomfort with the construction manager and requiring professional registration as part of the construction regulations. So it's on the same aspect of indicating that if these individuals are part of ensuring health and safety from the point of view of the construction of the OSH Act, especially because in the 8.1 explanation it speaks to responsible for health and safety on site. So if that is what they are doing, and if you look at our scope of work, we also see it as one of the technical competencies of a construction manager, I don't see why requiring professional registration, which would cover liability and indemnity for one of many functions, which is also including health and safety. What I'm saying is BCO and BI, same thing. But in terms of doing this independently and from a technical competence aspect, where that technical competence is lacking from your inspectorate that just look at health and safety, whereas they look at structural aspects that are critical to health and safety.
Good afternoon. My name is Bongan Makuba. I'm working for ESCOM Distribution. I just want to find out or to just clarify one of the questions, but I'll integrate with the one that I did not hear, the response of it regarding the submission of the risk assessment between the designer and the client or the health and construction health and safety manager or section. So my question was to clarify in terms of a client has to notify Department of Labor in terms of the construction that is going to be done. Now, previously we had the construction regulation for where the contractor will have to do the notification. In that case, who is going to be starting? I think it needs to be clarified very well so that you'll know at first that it was saying 7 days. the contractor will notify Department of Labor. Now the client, should they notify Department of Labor in alignment or submitting with the risk or baseline risk assessment? That will have been, they have to work with a designer whilst they are submitting and submit those documents together, because those questions are not properly clarified to us on how to implement them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nhlanhla Ndlovu from GSC Consulting. I'm a health and safety practitioner and CHSM. I'd like to follow up on the explanation from the program director with regards to the hierarchy of appointment. The 16.2 construction manager appointing the construction health and safety manager. Just need clarification if it's still a proposed on the draft or it's what is planned to seem to be effective. But from my understanding is that if you say the principal contractor may or the contractor may appoint, so if it's 16.2, it should be the person responsible for the construction work, that is the construction manager. But let's talk about the construction health and safety manager. He's a specialist in health and safety, and those two may have different skills or expertise. They may have conflicting understanding or management of health and safety. So I just need to understand if he's going to be a manager managing a manager appointing a manager, which when you look at other construction works, that becomes a challenge. I think my colleagues in my field can agree. Most construction or site supervisors are the reason why the health and safety is lagging, because of unsafe practices or disagreeing or undermining the safety officers' activities or responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start by responding with the speaker that just spoke now, whilst still fresh. The hierarchy of appointment. Yeah, we do get these challenges in construction sites now and then as to who's people who like to be in charge, and then they like to say, I'm the boss. But in terms, first and foremost, the Occupational Health and Safety Act is a very important piece of legislation. But do not make a mistake that when you live here and you think it's the only legislation to run the site. There are other legislation that run the site. And so it's very, very important to acknowledge that. And there are various types of contracts that will be introduced in a particular site. So there are other persons that may be appointed who are right at the top. But what we do observe when we do inspection, which is a good practice, but it's based on legal opinion and what we read on the Act. Number one, the CEOs may not be present at a particular site at any given time. So we understand that in terms of Section 16 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act, they will appoint whom we call a 16-2. Now, that is the person who will be in charge of the whole site and everything that happens on site. That is from a CEO's point of view. Now, the 16-2 will appoint, in a typical construction site, what we call the 8-1, who is the construction manager. It can happen that the 16-2 can play dual role of 16-2 and 8-1. There is nothing wrong with that. Let's just clarify, there's nothing wrong. So you can have a dual appointment of the same person. It can be a 16-2 and still be a 16-1. And it can also happen in an unlikely event that this construction manager, because some of these construction managers, they are project managers and so forth, But this construction manager is well educated and all that. They also registered as a construction health and safety manager. So you can find that one person having 3 appointments. There's nothing legally stopping that from happening. So we've clarified that there can be one person, but there has to be the element of competency. Now, it can happen that you can have the 3 to one person. However, in a situation whereby 16281 maybe is one person, but construction health and safety manager is another person. Therefore, the person who is in charge of the site is the 162 or the construction manager. So the hierarchy is 16281, then construction health and safety manager. Why? The construction manager can appoint various managers on site. Construction health and safety manager is just one of them who focuses on the issues of health and safety on that side. You can have a procurement manager. I don't know the legislation for that. You can have whatever manager. I don't know the legislation for that. But what we want when we go on site is a construction health and safety manager who has been appointed by the construction manager. If no, is a construction health and safety manager who has been appointed by the construction manager, and the construction manager may have been appointed by the 162. It can happen that the 162 directly appoints the construction health and safety manager. There's nothing wrong with that. So let's just understand that hierarchy and the working relations. So you are right to a certain extent that you will have an overall manager who's a construction manager supervising a construction health and safety manager because he only focuses on health and safety issues. There's the issue of SACPCMP, Madam Kwenaite. You threw me with a curveball, but I like it. When it's curved, we play rugby. So I just don't know if you'll be able to withstand this scrum. But here's an issue that we are debating it internally as the Department of Labor. We are debating it, we debate it legally, we can. And then the issue is, when we put guidelines of these regulations, whether we are going to put that out or not, we can. Why? If you go back to our regulation on the client, it does talk about approved plans. So who's responsible for approving plans? Is the building control officer. So to a certain extent, we do have powers at the permit stage and the notification stage. We might not be able to do it on site, but at the permit stage and notification stage, we are looking at the provision of a regulation and what inspectors can do. Currently, with the current regulation, we have realized that we can actually do that when we are issuing with a notice. That's why there are some notices that have been returned because we realize that the engineer you have used is not registered with EXA. As much as I cannot enforce that on site, but when I'm issuing a permit, I still have the obligation to inform EXA that should we issue a permit with this unregistered engineer, and EXA will reply and say no. And therefore, we are not going to be able to issue that notice. So at the permit level and notification level, that within 7 days, action can be taken there in terms of the legal powers that we have currently. Even on after the amendment, we should be able to do that. But we need to fine-tune that internally now as the department as to how are we going to enforce that without having any legal recourse that will come towards us. I won't answer the ESCOM part. I think Mr. Ganesen will answer that. And then I won't answer Mr. Buckley. This one, you know I don't have an answer for it. No, this one, I'm trusting you. You are the bomb squad on this one, my friend. No, this one I don't have answers. Zukiswa, I've noted your comment. Zukiswa is a scholar of note. In fact, that's a doctor over there. So she has read this. We have noticed that we made a mistake there. Please engage with us outside. We need to make changes on that references. Let's engage outside. We sort of, when we were publishing and all that, but I'm glad you have picked it up before it can be picked up by Language Bureau, because that does delay us. You have just saved a 30 days delay. We have already picked it up, but the way you articulated it, you can help us on that one. So we'll engage with you. University of Northwest is here. There's Dr. Zuki there. Mr. Ganesen, do you want to clarify the alternate from VUSI, Net SA? That was speaker number 3. I'm running on emergency line now. Yeah, there's Thabo as well. Thabo is still angry, wants professional registration. Maybe handle those ones. And there are comments that the Chief Inspector also wants to make. If we reach that part, I think we can close.
Thank you. So the first comment on the Annexure 2, the lady mentioned on the CR4 citation, you are correct. And we're going to rectify that on the draft. So the incorrect reference is actually on the current regulation. So thank you for that. The alternate construction manager came from this side. So what 8.1 is saying is you appoint a construction manager, and should that construction manager not be on site for whatever reason, sick leave or whatever reason it can be, then the alternate construction supervisor must be appointed. But there's a very big but. Do not confuse that with your assistant construction supervisor or assistant construction manager. So what I'm saying is there's actually a dual appointment on 8.1. Your construction manager, who must be full-time on site, should he be required whatever somewhere else, alternate should be there for that period that is not on site. I can see the thumbs up, so you're covered, right? So just don't confuse that with your 8.2. And yeah, I think those were the 2 outstanding questions. The SACPCMP one was a comment from the guy in the back. Mr. Buckley, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. One of the hardest questions, I think, out of everyone. So yeah, it's a minefield that nobody wants to get into. I didn't use AI, Mr. Miles, by the way. So obviously I can't speak on behalf of the QCTO, right? But what I can mention is that the QCTO, as we all know, are moving towards qualifications, skills programs. So they're doing away with the short courses. But it's a valid point, and it's obviously a lot of gaps that we are going to identify as it's a new introduction that's coming in. So we will definitely take up the point, and I'll give feedback to Mr. Ganesen, and he can share that information with you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet. Ms. Nintini and Ms. Konaite, can you please approach the stage? You'll give us a space. Oh, Rachel, she said it's only here. Yeah, I just want them to be so that.
I know you need to, you can. I will question and answer.
Okay, I'm just releasing my TC, and let me start with Miss Konaite. Miss Konaite first, okay? Or you can come together, it's fine, you can sit. We just want to say we appreciate your effort and your time. Ms. Apane, maybe you can be on this side. We just want to say thank you. Ms. Apane, the mic cannot reach her. She's just confirming that it's not a bribery. We have nothing to bribe with in government. Thanks to FEM. And then both. It is not by design that it's only ladies who are receiving. but it is just fitting because even a lady is only the one who's issuing the gifts. Thank you very much for your contribution to the success of the event and the rest of the work that was done in the background. These are our three speakers. Can you please give them a round of applause? The SACP had to catch the plane, so he had to leave just before this moment. But the rest of the speakers are internal, so the word civil servant, the most operating word there is servant. So you don't do these things for servants. Thank you very much. We are right at the end. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Mapaha. I think after this, you won't hear my voice again, so I want to say thank you for being a very good audience for a few seconds. Then I'm getting back to the heavyweight. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are nearing the end, I've got only one announcement, and please look at some of the announcements on the website. We are going to put them over there. We are just a little bit out of our time. The announcement is that the comments will close on the 11th of June. So today is the 30th of May. You can still send your comments, and especially after this interaction, you can still send your comments. The committee that you have seen here, it was not completed, but this committee, and together with the advisory council, they will look at the incorporation of your comments and the arguments that you would have advanced forward. We will go through each and every comment, I can assure you of that. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, at this point to call Ms. Reiter to come and do the vote of thanks and closure. And I know there will be an announcement of what we are doing next, and listen attentively to that. Let's give a round of applause to Ms. Reiter.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to put the DC members on the spot. They should have responded also. But it's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mapa and Mr. Gennison, Mr. Mohapi, they all made this possible today. It's the Construction Explosives and Major Hazard Installation Unit. My task is simple, is to do closure as well as vote of thanks. So I think today was a very long day, and I can see people are already packing up so that as soon as I declare the session closed, then people will be out. It's a Friday, and I know some people have to catch flights. So with regard to today, this is part of our pillar which we call advocacy and information sharing. And I hope that today was fruitful, and that after today, that you will be submitting your public comments. Because if you do not submit public comments, please do not complain afterwards. Because as I've indicated in the opening remarks, we get a lot of that when the regulations are published and we do road shows, then people are requesting that the certain sections needs to be repealed and not, we need to go back to the drawing board. There's no going back to the drawing board. The regulations, the next steps when it comes to the regulations is consolidation of the public comments. The consolidation gets done in the form of a technical committee. The technical committee members that you saw here today was the technical committee. The term of the advisory council came to an end of last year. We did receive nominations from organized business 6, organized labor 6, government 6, and then we still need to appoint, once we have an advisory council, one specialist with occupational safety experience and that's competent in it, as well as one
with regard to occupational hygiene experience. So you can see that the council then has is a tripartite structure. The submission is en route to the minister for the minister to sign off the letters of the nominees from the 3 different constituencies. So once we have an advisory council, which we are hoping in the next month, maximum 2 months, we will have our first advisory council meeting. I'm the chairperson of the advisory council. This will, for instance, be one of the first agenda items after we've done an introductory session where the TC for construction needs to be presented to the advisory council that this was the TC, and I could hear that there's a request that we maybe keep the same TC members because they were there, but the decision will ultimately rest with the advisory council on the technical committee members and the way forward. So the team can only start doing the consolidation of the regulations once there is a fully fledged TC. What used to happen previously was we would continue with the TCs, but we have received legal advice not to continue with TC work, especially if a TC's term of office ended the same time when the advisory council terms of term came to an end. So that is why we are just waiting for the appointment of the advisory council, so that then the specialist units will then come and present. We also have other regulations. I know on the side of Ms. Lawrence, there's 2 regulations on her side where also she's literally waiting just for the appointment of the advisory council so that the TC work can continue. We, as I've indicated, have 3 pillars, which is advocacy, inspections, and regulation and enforcement. But as the Occupational Health and Safety Unit, we have 5 strategic results areas in our strategy which we are working on, and the first one of it is the legislation and policy. And today we were having an advocacy session on legislation and policy. So what I would also just like to indicate is the same with the Occupational Health and Safety Act, because people keep asking me as the Chief Inspector and the chairperson for ACOS, where is the bill? When is the bill getting passed? So just to indicate that we have received a certificate from the presidency. Mr. Mapa spoke about it earlier, that also for this regulation, you need to get a certificate from the presidency on socio and economic impact assessment. So we have received a certificate for the bill. So it's a tick. There's only one matter that's outstanding, and that is the certificate from the state law advisors. The state law advisors returned it last year. We had to do work. They returned it again with 89 paragraphs. So we have responded to the 89 paragraphs, and we have requested the state law advisors that please, they should respond to us by the 31st of May, because we've responded to the 89 paragraphs. So hopefully, we say, and touch wood, when the next communication with the state law advisors would most probably, hopefully, be a certificate, then the bill will go forward because all the work was done when it comes to the bill. So with regard to vote of thanks, I would like to thank Mr. Mapa, Mr. Gennison in particular, and the CEM unit for the work done on the construction regulations. I know that not everybody is 100% happy with what is in the regulations. Somebody shared with me a petition, that there's a WhatsApp group with the petition over the regulations. And I would just like to say, if you've signed the petition, it's not going to do anything. You need to comment. You don't go and start WhatsApp groups and petitions over all sorts of matters with competent person and being angry at the SACPCMP please make sure that you comment and you send through your comments. As you could see, the members that were seated here are tripartite. They're from labor, from business, and we had professionals. And the reason why we have a mixed batch is so that when we receive the comments, the TC needs to be objective and need to take into consideration workers, employers, and specialists. So please don't do WhatsApp groups and stir up anger. Make sure that you comment. Comment as a group, comment individually. The email addresses are there. I know Mr. Gannison's email address and Mr. Klassen's email address is what was published in the Gazette and also what we have all over social media. And you have until the 11th of June to make sure that your comments are in. Anything received after that will not be looked into. After that, as I've indicated, the TC will do work after they've gotten the go-ahead from the Advisory Council. The bill, I'm so obsessed with the bill because I really want the bill to go now, to be promulgated. The regulations will then go through Language Bureau. It will go through the state law advisors looking at constitutionality. It will go through the presidency. So it will still take some time before ultimately we have the final construction regulations. So you should just be patient. Then I would also like to just say thank you to the TC members for taking our time. Right now, they're not 100% TC members anymore because we're waiting for the Advisory Council to appoint them. I thank you for taking out the time to be here today, to sit and to listen. I felt a bit bad when I was sitting there and most of the questions was for the department and not for the TC members, but at least you were able to see who the TC members are that are representing the constituencies. I would also like to say thank you to the admin support that was seated outside, making sure that everything today is fine. I also would like to say thank you to our minister, because the minister is ultimately the person that signed for the promulgation of any regulations, and the minister signed for this to go out for public comment. And also the deputy minister, you could see we have a very active deputy minister. Deputy Minister Sibia has been allocated and given the delegations by the minister to support inspection and enforcement services. And that is why you are able to see him in inspections as well as functions like this. So, and then to our Inspector General, Ms. Egi Moilwa, I would like to also say thank you to them because they are giving us the scope to be able to perform our functions and to make this possible, because we do spend a significant amount of our resources in the form of financial resources to have something of this nature, and we do need their support. So with that said and done, I can't thank the chairpersons because I've already thanked them because they are in the CEM unit. With that said and done, I declare the session closed, and we look forward to seeing you very soon at our next advocacy sessions. Please be on the lookout. Our next big event will be in October. We will have smaller events, but we're going to have a big event in October with more than 1,000 people that we will be inviting. Thank you.